There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits, you can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go? you, I'll go out of my own way.
Memories die out too hard. When we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the snooker action and welcome back to the quarterfinal number 4, and it's the last player to complete the last 4 of the semi-finals, and it is Neil Robertson against Kyren Wilson, the world number 2 against the world number 3, and incredibly Kyren Wilson has been in 2 finals previously at the Masters. His latest one came in 2025, losing out as the runner-up of the tournament to Sean Murphy, and Neil Robertson himself managed to win the tournament twice in 2012 and 2022. He might not want to wait till 2032 though, because that seems to be his lucky number when he comes to the Masters, as he makes his way onto the arena. And well, very interesting in terms of prediction wise, because if you come into this match having both of the players in a decent form there, you know, if you talk about Robertson's performance in the first round, and could probably say similar sort of thing there to Kyren Wilson beating Si Jiahui and Chris Wakelin with the same score of 6 frames to 2. I think it's going to be very interesting and very close indeed. Robertson comes into this match as a minor favourite. I think that's going to be sort of compromised slightly by the fact of Kyren Wilson not playing the form of his life recently as well. But for now, he certainly managed to put majority of his struggles behind him and has played really well in the opening round against Si Jiahui. He's now just waiting for the Warrior to come onto the arena as well. And easy win from Neil Robertson. Well, I think pre-Masters, the Kyren Wilson, that probably could have been the case. Probably not for me right now. I think Kyren is going to be a threat, and I think he's going to have a word to say about Neil Robertson getting himself to the semi-final, especially if he's going to do it in an easy fashion, as Wilson once again does the same thing, does the trademark walkout, gives a bit of an acknowledgement to the crowd, and he's certainly going to have a big vast of those fans very much supporting him. But I actually think, just for the sake of it, because I see Robertson being the favourite, I'm just going to go for Wilson to win it. I think this could finally be quite tight, and we have seen 6-5 match yesterday of Higgins, I should say, against Xiaozington, and in the end, it is going to be a great match to watch. Of that, I'm sure, because of the style of 2 players. As now Wilson makes his way onto the arena. We're about to get the first frame underway, and I think from the neutral, surely you want to hope that it's going to be slightly longer than the third quarterfinal. That one lasting only 6 frames, and Weezer getting himself through to the last 4. But who's going to join him at the top part of the draw? Is it going to be the Warrior, Kyren Wilson, or is it going to be the Thunder from down under, Neil Robertson? It is going to get us underway for frame number 1, and straight away you had the perfect angle to see he was always going to catch the blue on the way up the table there for the cue ball. And yeah, he could have this red taken there, Wilson, into the right corner. Play with a tiny bit of left-hand side as well. And of course, it's always a bit of a problem for the players when you take the blue out of the game. But he should be able to try and get himself in with a chance. And as I say, the previous quarterfinal has shown that it's going to be very important for whichever one of the players gets underway first. Because I think so far, only 2 of those matches have actually ended against the player that has managed to win the opening frame. It was Barry Hawkins against John Higgins, and he also has been Mark Allen against Judd Trump in the opening couple of matches here, as Wilson is off to a good start now. So probably only going to get 1 point out of it, as he has a look to see if he's going to be able to roll the cue ball in behind the green, and in the end just pushes the green out of the way and lands the cue ball perfectly in behind the blue. I think that's going to get him into a profitable position. Not really in terms of points, but you know, he managed to get the green out of the way of the blue, which is going to boost the chances of the break building for either one of the players, as the first shot is, I think he's going to give some points there to Wilson. The cue ball can't quite reach the pink or the red, so it's going to be 4 points given away, and think Wilson will ask to see Robertson put that one back. So tournament highest break, 135 there for Robertson. As far as I'm aware, he's going to be the runner-up to Wu Yize in that aspect, and the 105 century being made by Kyren Wilson against Si Jiahui. Average break for the tournament, 44 points for Kyren Wilson and 48.4 for Neil Robertson. You talk about total points scored in the tournament, 598 for Wilson and 650 for Robertson. So not much to separate the players in terms of the points that they managed to score against Chris Wakeland and Si Jiahui respectively. Average shot time taken is 20 seconds for Wilson. Probably just another indicator of how quickly the match was played. And in the end, Wilson was waiting and wasting no time at all, just taking the position there, not even asking Neil Robertson to try and go for attempt number 2. Jiahui just returns the favour. Robertson taking a very close route to the pink, but still managing to get the cue ball to the top part of the table, which is going to be the main thing here for him. As he gives the turn back to Kyren again. Has got the black in a little bit of a lock there, to be fair, at the lower part of the table because of the way the reds are going to be surrounding it. Pretty much from 3 of the main points there for the black. So 2 places where the cue ball normally would be lined up to try and take the black into either left or right corner, but also having their left corner covered up. And it's no longer the case there. Robertson just trying to push one of those reds into the black, clearly making sure that, you know, whoever is going to get the first chance, he's going to have a good opportunity to try and make the most out of it. As the black is going to go closer to the left corner, so this time around it is going to be possible, but of course now it's all about just trying to get themselves on the red, and that's the way to do it there for Robertson. He's fluked one. Is he going to be on the colour though? I mean, potentially can be on the brown, but I think you'll have to settle for just going for a shot in behind the yellow. Yeah, kind of one of those reds out of the pocket, but instead, the way that one of those reds has gone into it, it was just bound to be in the pocket, as Nick Robertson does indeed think about going for the brown, but settles for just trying to roll the cue ball in behind the yellow. So once again, Wilson doing a similar sort of thing there, but of course his was a brilliant long shot, and Robertson was slightly lucky when he came down to the shot that he's played. And Robertson has to try and take a step backwards to his chair. Wilson just having to study the right-hand side of the table that he's going to be very much targeting towards. I think he can't really go into the main bunch of reds. Well, I say in the main bunch, it's only going to have 4 of those reds left. Because if you try and aim it from the right-hand side, which is going to be the prime option there for Wilson, because that's the side that he can actually see from the ball cushion and backwards, it's going to be very difficult to try and do it off the left-hand side of the table. But this is a nasty snooker there. And I think the fact that he hasn't really got a clear-cut line that he's going to try and go for, probably just confirming that. And his record in the Masters is actually not too bad at all. He's got 10 appearances and debuted in 2017, 12 centuries, highest break of 139 points. And of course not the best record in terms of finals. When he got to 2 of those, lost on both of those occasions. And his overall match record is going to be 10 matches won and 9 of those lost. And in the end, just had to try and get the cue ball into a somewhat safe area. And, well, I mean, in the circumstances that he had, probably hasn't played the worst shot. But I still think he's going to give a chance away to Neil here. So Wilson just has to step back to his seat this time. Managed to come one of those reds slightly closer to the black, which may make this break for Neil slightly more challenging. But he's got the first red that he can try and take into the right corner. Needs to get the blue on his spot as soon as possible. And I think that's going to be the target ball for him to try and potentially aim at. And if that was the case, he's overplayed for it. And, well, he's had 4 colours to try and chase there, Robertson. And he's just about landing on the yellow. So the cue ball's going to be way too close for it to be called a comfortable shot. So has to try and concentrate on bringing the cue ball down the table once again. So just having a look to see the line there. Clearly going to have to try and use the ball cushion, the right side cushion, maybe even the left side cushion on the way back. But if you're going to try and do it off the left side to finish, then you're going to have a very limited number of reds to try and play for. as first things first, get the yellow in. So as I say, right side cushion, then left side cushion. And was always going to be very close to those reds. And I don't think he's played a good shot there. As I say, he had such a limited area to be aiming towards to. And yeah, it's going to be 3-point score there for Neil. He's just looking to plant if he's going to go into the left corner. Doesn't seem to be the case for now. And just looking to see if there's going to be an alternative way for him to try and get out of this situation. So he's got one more difficult shot that he can try and take into the right corner. But I don't think that's going to be the one to actually get him over the line here. Because of the cue ball being sent, well, quite significantly towards the top part of the table. Ideally wants to try and stay on the pink and maybe make a couple of those adjustments for the black. Of course, that's not going to be possible for the time being. So he has to try and focus on just getting the maximum out of a position that he's got in front of him. And that's probably going to be just a safety shot being played. So quite a slow start to the opening frame. Understandable, of course, with it being a very important match for both of the players. And it is going to be just 3-point score there. So a red and a yellow. Robertson has to try and settle for a safety battle to begin once again. I think that, well, break started after a mistake there, which in itself came after a very fortunate fluke. And Wilson clearly felt like Robertson was trying to get the plant of those two reds away from him. Wasn't able to do so. And now let's see what Wilson will try and do about it. Well, he was trying to basically get the red on top of them, so didn't really disturb the plant, which probably is just going to confirm the way that Neil Robertson was going on about it. And, well, the plan has stayed because the red that Wilson has cannoned the cue ball into has gone sort of been right on top of them. The black has been freed up, which is going to be a nice boost to either one of the players. And well, Robertson just keeping an eye on the combination of those reds. Clearly, this is going to be the time for him to try and attempt this plan. Needs to make a minor adjustment, but also he's going to have significant distance in between those two reds. And in the end, he's tried to take an extra cautionary shot and sort of send one of those reds at the top part of the plant into it. And it missed it by quite some margin. One of the reds came onto the top part of the table. And I think it's going to be possible there for Wilson. So in the end, Robertson tried to be the clever player, but he didn't manage to execute the shot as well as he could have. This is going to give a chance away to Wilson, as he now tries to take this shot into the middle. He needs to try and slow the cue ball down for the pink, and he hasn't managed to do so. So he's got a very difficult shot on the pink, and having to play the cue ball pretty much around the entire table for it to get back to those reds. And I don't actually think that he's got the alternative of playing for the black either. So he has to try and settle for going for the pink here. Well, he's trying to see if he's going to be able to get through to the black. But as I say, it's not going to be an easy shot for him at all. And just about drops it in there. Caught the minor part of the front jaw of the pocket. But because of the way that he's played it, was just about close enough to the center of it. And very little power, allowing the black to eventually drop into the left part of it. And of course, that leaves Wilson with a very nice opportunity to get him 40 points or so. Trying to run away from Robertson as much as he can in the early part of the match. Something that so far all the players that have gone on to be victorious have done. Barring maybe someone like Zhao, who was unable to convert his 2-frame advantage of 5 frames to 3 over John Higgins. And it was the Wizard of Wishaw who came on to win 3 of those frames on the bounce. And make it in a very exciting decider, finishing on the last black to win it against Zhao. So this time around, it is going to be another red taken into the left corner. So I think that's going to be the operating corner for now for Kyren Wilson, as he's going to take the pink into the same pocket. Probably get the backspin on the cue ball once again. And try and get himself lined up for the red to be taken into the same part of the table. So he instead decides to play topspin rather than the backspin shot. And clearly, having the fact of the pink going into the blue spot in mind, I think he managed to run himself slightly lower part of the red though, so he's going to try and play down the table, which is going to mean positional shot on the black. Average shot time. Wilson is joined first, but of course Xiaozington was already knocked out, and Wilson still remains to be seen here. He's looking to make his way into the semi-final appearance. He does love the Masters, but I'm pretty sure he would love it a lot more if he was able to win it and make it 2 out of 3 of the Triple Crown set, being the World Champion 2024. Still looking for the UK Championship and the Masters. As now gets one of those reds finally into the right part of the table. Overrun for the pink though. May need to use the yellow to get the cue ball back down the table. And just looking to see if he's got the opportunity to maybe just roll the cue ball with enough power to try and get it down the table here. As he plays the yellow with some power. Uses the left side cushion as well. And I think it, well, pretty much played the shot too well. And overrun slightly for the line that he was going to be taking for that red to be taken. And just rolls it into the right corner. A bit of a stun shot in the end. And now 36 points advantage. 35 points on the break. And still 75 points here. As if you try and go for the black to be taken into the left corner, he does have the potential angle. Try and maybe disturb the 3 reds. Pretty much taking the pink spot right now. But as he plays a positional shot on one of them, clearly feeling that there was an opportunity for it to be played into the left corner. And as he takes it, pretty sure that's going to free up the other 2 into the right corner as well. And if he takes, well, I'm pretty sure, one more of those with an expensive colour, with it being the black, he should be alright to be taking the frame in pretty much a single visit to the table there. He had an opening red, which he was unable to land himself on the colour afterwards. So just played a snooker on Neil Robertson. Got 4 points out of it. And in the end, the break off 51 points. Sets him up with just 2 more shots needed. So needs the black to be taken. And that's going to get him 59 points clear. With 59 at the table. So after that, the red that he can take on into the right corner. So it's only going to get him over the finish line, as I say. And get him off to a good start here. Because it was very important for Wilson to try and be up and running thick and fast. And that's something that he's managed to do. And Robertson has to try and make sure he's going to be able to improve on this performance in the opening frame. He's got time to do it, but he mustn't delay it too much. Because otherwise, you know, Wilson, when he's on form, can be one of the most dangerous players on the tour, especially of the ones that are still remaining in the draw. And as I say, Robertson is looking to complete that set of 4 nations being in the semi-finals. We already have China, England and Scotland, and it's either going to be the man from Australia. We're going to have the world number 1 and the world number 2 there representing England. And so once again, a brilliant shot there in terms of getting the cue ball so effortlessly down the table and still finding that gap for the cue ball to get past one of those reds and get himself to be set up for the shot into the left corner. Now, then if he plays this for the black, he could still try and make it the highest break of the tournament there for himself. Getting as much as 105 points scored against Si Xiaowei in one of those frames. Now he's got a chance of making 117 points scored. If he's to take the remaining 2 reds with a black. He's managed to do that with the first one. So, slightly unorthodox. The way that he's got those 6 colours to be at the top part of the table. He's got the pink on the blue spot. And, of course, he's got green out of position. And the blue pretty much taking the green spot right now. But it has to come down to just taking the black here. I think he'll be able to sort majority of those problems out. Let's get him on the yellow. And not sure he's managed to do that perfectly. He still should be in the yellow at the end of it, though. As looking to see if he's going to be able to take this one into the yellow pocket. Roll the cue ball past the pink here to get himself set up for the green. And that wasn't perfect, but he's still on the century. 92 points scored right now. So, green, brown, and blue are going to be needed there for him to be making it a break of 100 points. To manage to score of those already, if you take the 4 points of a foul in the first red that he's managed to take on. And he now makes it a break of 99 points. And surely now for the century, this is going to be the perfect start for Wilson to try and get him on the way. Now, a little bit of a backspin as well, because he still want to do the total clearance here. And this is going to hurt there for Robertson, because he was looking to be here. The man trying to set up the pace was always going to be a very important factor when you've got two such high-rated players being against each other. Whoever gets the first blood could be very much trying to set the tone to the match in the pretty much the remainder of it. Once again, a bit of a no-look there, so Wilson is going to miss this one by quite some distance, but he won't care about it too much, as it's still a brilliant break of 110 points, which sees him over the line and taking the opening frame against Neil Robertson. It is now Wilson 1 and Robertson 0 going into frame number 2. And a really good chance there for Wilson to try and get him into a bit of a control shift now, in terms of just being in charge of the entire match here. Robertson has been kept rather quiet there, especially since Wilson was able to get his opening chance after taking a couple of long shots, making some and missing a couple as well. The players had exchanged, sending the cue ball in behind the colours on both of those occasions. And when it looked like Robertson was going to get the first chance, and he managed to even get the red into the right corner, still wasn't able to land on any one of the ball colours or the blue. In the end, lining up as snooker in behind one of them. And the next chance that Wilson has seen ahead of himself has allowed him to, well, basically make a century break. And as I say, all of a sudden it's going to be a very important second frame here for Robertson, because if he's not going to be able to win it, when you go 2-0 down, someone like Wilson, he can be very dangerous indeed. But for now, Robertson still has a right of response, and when you go one of those frames down, doesn't really, or shouldn't really mean a lot to you. You should be able to try and put that behind him very quickly. And we have the referee to set up the pink and give the cue ball once again away to Kyren Wilson this time around, because it was Robertson to break off in the opening frame. This time around, it is going to be Wilson's turn. So then, Kyren Wilson to break in the second frame. Needs to try and make sure he's going to be able to keep up the pace of the first frame. Once again, doing that in between the yellow and the brown in terms of placing the cue ball. Seems to be a really nice line, and had the pace been there for the cue ball, might have ended up in behind the brown. Instead, right now, with a bit of distance in between the cue ball and the ball cushion, Robertson could have considered to go for the red into the left corner, but the way that he was so close, so quick to get down for the shot, probably have to feel like he's going to try and take it with just pushing one of those reds onto the top part of the table, the cue ball onto the black ball cushion, and just getting himself in a safety battle to try and participate. Because Robertson can try and play both sides of game, but he's usually very dangerous when he's able to sort of have those breaks coming in one after another. Same goes for Wilson, and I think he'll be very keen to try and get those reds to separate away from each other, getting the cue ball to be somewhat safe onto the black ball cushion. And I think he manages to play a good enough shot there to ensure that Robertson can't have a backspin shot on the cue ball at all. Top part of the table is not quite as dangerous as it could have been from the previous shot of Kyren. One of those reds is cannon closer to the yellow pocket, but still very close to the side cushion as well. Neil Robertson Masters record, 20 appearances, debuted in 2004, and managed to win 24 out of 41 matches that he's had. Centuries, 46 of those, highest break of 140 points, and managed to win 2 of the 4 finals that he's been part of. So still not a bad record at all there for the world number 3. As he's looking to have a minor contact to one of those reds, but maybe there's going to be a way for one of those reds to go to the right middle or somewhat close to it. And there seems to have been the path for Neil to take on, but he's refused it. Maybe just being 1-0 down makes him just take that passive step in terms of the way that he wants to take those opportunities away from Wilson and force Kyren to be the first player to make a mistake. As one of those shots is very quickly taken there by Wilson. So clearly wasting no time at all. And Neil is going to have the opportunity to try and spread the reds away from each other. We had the loose red underneath them. And once again, just committed to making it quite a slow game for the time being. Getting the cue ball to go past the yellow and the brown. In the gap in between. And landing very nicely. Close to the ball cushion once again. Covering the red onto the left side cushion, which potentially could have been an easy shot for Wilson to take on. And in the end, he's going to try and nudge the red, which previously was played by Robertson, onto the left part of the table. And, well, got quite lucky there with the contact that he got on the black. Because of the cue ball going to the top part of the table would have actually not saved him. Had the red been slightly further away from the side cushion. But it being so close to the pocket of the left corner as well. And he's got a nice opportunity now to maybe play the shot on the right corner of the table as he takes this red on. And yeah, just getting the cue ball to go onto the lower part of the table, getting that red to go to the top part of it for contrast. So clearly, once again, just forcing Wilson to try and stay on the lower part of the table for now. So he's got his eyes lined up for this raid yet again. So if he plays it with enough topspin, he's going to be able to try and switch the run of play again. Wants to miss the yellow though. And he's managed to do so. Because, you know, if he touched the yellow pretty much full ball, potentially could have given a chance away for Neil Robertson. Certainly need to play a good safety of his own. Maybe even to try and get one of those reds onto the left middle. But that's what he's done anyway. And it's the second fluke of the match that we've seen from Robertson. And just talk about the left middle. It's exactly the pocket that Robertson manages to fluke a shot. Off the blue. Last time around it was off another red. This time around it's off a collar. So the blue is going to be out of position again. On the lower part of it this time around. And so I don't think it should be giving Neil Robertson too much of an advantage. As he goes for just trying to slow the cue ball down. And getting on the ball cushion, sending the green to go down and up the table. So 1 point scored. And once again, it is going to be back to his opponent. So still quite a slow start to the quarterfinal. In between one of the two of the top seeded players left out in the tournament. Of course, Wilson being able to have that century break to speak for himself. He should be able to just try and take his time here. Which is actually something that Robertson is happy to do for the time being. The last meeting in between the two of them was actually at the Riyadh Championship. And Robertson was able to dominate Wilson. Beating him by 4 frames to 0. And when it comes to total head-to-head, it is going to be 6-5 in favour of Wilson for the time being. Of course, the players have met in between each other in the not ranking event of the Championship League on numerous occasions as well. So now it's a really nice shot as Robertson finds the right-hand side of those reds to try and guide the cue ball through the right side cushion and onto the top part of the table. So Wilson just once again having a look to see that red is going to be potable. He used to take on a cross double. So then top spin shot for the cue ball to be sent as he tries to maybe line one up here. And that's what he's tried. Missed it though. So caught one of the jaws in the middle pocket. Was a good attempt though, because the cue ball was always going to bounce away into the top part of the table. And then you never know, might have a little brown or yellow to try and make your way through. So decent effort, not going to leave anything for Robertson. To suggest that it was the wrong shot that he's taking on. And Neil himself didn't play a good shot here. And he's going to leave a long shot available here for Kyren Wilson to be taking on. He's got the red that he can try and take into the right corner right now. And, well, with the blue being pretty much in place of the black in terms of spottable into the left corner, don't think he's going to be able to put so much backspin that he can try and hold the cue ball for the pink. So, played a wonderful shot there in terms of getting the pot in. And just cannon the cue ball into the pink with the way that he's going to have a shot to nothing right now, you will feel. He's going to be able to get the pink with the rest, hopefully there for himself. But when it comes to getting on the next red, it is going to be a bit of a game out of nothing, which he's got to find himself out of. Just looking to try and play it with enough power. You know, getting to get the cue ball pretty much in the thick of the action so far. Hasn't missed a pot from the rest at all. And, well, committing to try and miss the cue ball contact with those reds. Thought he was going to try and fully send it into the bunch there. And as he tries to make his way around the bunch, he's now able to get the cue ball lined up for those reds to be taken. Just having a look to see if he's got the opportunity to try and maybe cut one of those reds in. Of course, the pink is now going to be tucked in to the main bunch of those reds. So he just about rolls the red in. That's going to compromise the exit though of the cue ball. And as it rolls past the brown and the yellow, and he's going to be right alongside them on the bulk line. So once again, just have to question the commitment there of Wilson, but he seems to be very eager to answer this one. And still go for this brown to be taken into the yellow pocket. As he tries to send the cue ball off the side cushion and into the main bunch of reds, and he's played the shot absolutely brilliantly. As long as one of those reds is not going to be in the way of another. And I think, and he certainly deserves a bit of luck. I think he's going to get it now. And a couple of shots ago, it looked like it was going to be impossible to try and chase a break of 20 points out of this position. All of a sudden, this has turned into something being very close to the frame-winning position here, because of the way that he managed to get those reds far enough there from the pink spot. That's going to make the pink potable into the left middle and the right corner for the time being. And, you know, when you take more and more reds out of the game, you never know, might get yourself in with a great chance of actually ending the second frame in a very similar scenario to the one that he's had in the first visit to the table. Ending up with a century break, and you can see just how much distance there is in between the pink and the 6 remaining reds of the main bunch. He's going to try and make his way through the loose reds for now. Trying to get the blue to be respotted back into its original position. So a bit of screw back once again on the cue ball. And should be able to try and get himself to just force the cue ball onto the red closer to the left corner, left middle. And in the end, he's got himself another option of taking the red into the right corner. As I say, the way that those 6 reds are actually positioning themselves, I think if you take them out one by one, you should be able to get through the main bunch there. And that's certainly going to be enough points for Wilson to be taking another frame away from Robertson. And, you know, it looks like at the early part of those frames that Robertson is giving up pretty difficult position for Wilson to try and make his way through onto a break of 30 points. And then, you know, we've seen a century break being made in the first frame where it looked like it was all over on a couple of those occasions. Can we be seeing a bit of a deja vu in the second frame too? Yes, he just tries to roll one of those reds into the left middle. Plays a good enough shot to try and slow the cue ball down enough for this blue to be taken into the right middle. So 31 points is the advantage now for Wilson. As he's looking to roll the blue in to the right middle. And just having a look to see if he's got another opportunity to try and maybe have the cue ball to bounce away from the cushion of the table. Get himself lined up for the pink to be taken as well. And average shot time on the break. Same as the one that he's had in the previous match against Sejowi. Just 20 seconds there. And I think the average shot time for Robertson is going to be way higher than that. With him just making, what was it, 4 points that he got of one of those breaks. So in the end, it's on around 6 points or so. And yet Kyren Wilson is able to make a century break in the first frame, even without taking that black with no look. And so now getting himself on the break of 38 points as well. Slightly over on for the blue though. So that needs to make ground. Force the cue ball through the yellow and get it off the 2 cushions and back down the table. Seems to have the line. Does he have the pace? And well, once it ideally would have wanted it to travel slightly more of a distance. But still should be alright to reach this one. Try and play the cue ball off the black ball cushion once again. This time around, hopefully, choose to bounce better. And, well, I think he's trying to take a precautionary action and just try and hold it for the pink instead. It's going to be, well, even more of an advantage there for him. And only 41 points scored because of him having to use some of the cheaper colours. Couldn't use the black for once here. As he tries to take the pink to edge him ever closer to that 50 plus of a break. Once again repeated after the opening frame. And, well, Robertson has to be very disappointed after the first frame. And he's going to be borderline on fuming after the second frame here because, you know, two very close battles, especially at the start. And now you've got your opponent taking both of them, running away from yourself, and, well, you can't do anything about it. So far seems to be flawless when it comes to the chances taken there by Wilson. Had that very early long shot, which didn't lead to anything, but apart from that, he's had two breaks. One of them led to a century being made. And now he's about to make another one, which is going to be transferred into 53 points when the blue disappears. And that's going to get him within touching distance of taking another frame of the Australian. And cementing himself as the favourite for, at least for the time being. Maybe you never know, for the remainder of the match as well. Gets the cue ball to be positioned very closely to the left side cushion. Manages to get a couple of the other reds out of the way. Over on for the blue again. So he's not over the line quite yet. He needs two more shots there to be leaving Neil Robertson needing a couple of snookers. For now he's got an advantage of 53 points. Takes the brown very nicely into the green pocket, getting the cue ball down the table. And a relatively straightforward shot along the side cushion. Should be the one that takes him over the line here. And yeah, just make sure that it is going to be a bit of a Kyren Wilson's match to lose here. As you see, nicely making his way off the cue ball once again and lined up for the pink. So the break of 59 points. This time around, he's going to get him over the line here. And just looking to see, the pink is going to disappear into the right corner, or I thought he would. In the end, Robertson will surely come back to the table. And yeah, Wilson will be disappointed in that miss. You know, he's done all the hard work for him to miss the pink, very similar to the one that Mark Allen has missed against Watchalong. Of course, I think it was the red at that point. And it was a frame ball opportunity. Of course, it wasn't for Kyren here. He's quite comfortably out of the game. So he forces Robertson to try and take the black here, which Robertson is clearly committed to going for. Gets the first red. He has to try and roll the black along the cushion as well. And he's able to do so. So he's still in there with a chance, especially if he gets anywhere close to free ball opportunity. He's behind by 50 points. And he's got 43 remaining to work with. So as usual, he would have one more of those reds taken away. Ideally, would have liked to be on the top part of the black and not straight on it. And that seems to be the case there with Robertson. And yeah, sending one of those reds to the top part of the table is going to be quite an issue here for him. As he tries to make his way. And 49 points of the difference, to say. It's going to be made 42 after he takes the black on. And yeah, it could have been a lot easier there for him to try and make his way through those snookers. Of course, all of that could have been avoided. And Wilson got the pink into the right corner, but you can't really criticise him too much for the opening two frames that he's had. Robertson's just once again just checking all the possible angles that he's got to try and get the cue ball to go closer to the side cushion. So once again, I mean, he's thinking about maybe just trying to pot this red anyway and find two snookers in another situation, but surely that takes the free ball away of the game. And that's not going to be the smart way to go on about it. Now then, it's a decent effort, and well, I think that's a pretty lucky effort there that he got off the contact with the pink. And I'm not sure if that was the plan there. It feels like Wilson is going to be able to get out of this snooker pretty easily indeed. But he's got a snooker of some sort. The break of 16 points is going to be, by far, the best of we've seen of break building skills there of Robertson. And Wilson just cannoned one of those reds very close to the yellow pocket here. So clearly it was easy enough for him to make his way out of that snooker quite quickly. And yeah, if that red goes into the corner pocket, he should be able to cruise on there in terms of the frame winning line there for Wilson. And in the end, Robertson leaves out this red to be taken along the side cushion, and Wilson should be over the line from the third time of asking. Well, he had been troubled once there, but Robertson getting a decent first shot after a very long thought process that he's had trying to line the cue ball onto the top part of the red, but in the end, it's not going to mean anything. And Wilson gets that red into the green pocket now. Then surely he's going to have a 2-0 advantage to try and hold on to, as he takes the yellow into the left middle as well. It's going to be respotted, so he can still try and go for the break of 30 points in case he makes a total clearance. He's got the green and pink onto the side cushion right next to each other, so that's not going to be too easy for him at all. And just trying to make way around the table and asking the referee to hand him the rest as well. So 47 points here, and he should be able to try and get this green onto its own pocket, and still once again flawless from the rest when it comes to the rest spot success throughout the tournament. Still yet to miss a shot like that. And as he takes the green on, he should be able to take the brown into the corner pocket as well. Well, he thought about taking it for the middle, but that was a split second. And in the end, just hammers that one home into the left part of the table, at the bottom part of it, I should say. And just wants the cue ball to stay on the table here for now. And he takes a brilliant shot with the blue. So the ping for the double, and then this is going to be some sort of a clearance for 30 points there for Wilson. And Wilson, the entertainer, just needs to see the cue ball to stay out of the pocket. And even though he's going to be far from ideal in terms of his positioning on the black, he doesn't want to ruin his perfect rest spot success. And as he goes for a bit of a trick shot, very close, but not quite, with the twice of the diagonal length on the table being crossed there by the black. Still going to be another confident win in terms of points there. It is Kyren Wilson 2 and Neil Robertson 0. Still looking to get himself back on track here. And, well, Wilson is very close to making the match over here. Especially if he's going to keep going 3-0 up there on Robertson. I think that's going to be pretty much impossible for Neil to try and find his way out of. Especially, you know, we've had two very different starts to those frames, but both of them had the same outcome. Wilson dominating the vast majority of both of those frames. In the end, managed to score a century in the opening one. Couldn't quite get over the line confidently enough, with missing that pink into the right corner, but was still over the frame ball line. And so didn't really give a realistic opportunity away to Robertson. He was able to score 16 points. Ran himself in a slightly awkward position there on the last raid to try and get a snooker out of it. In the end, was still able to do so. And for the first time, Wilson managed to find his way out of that position. And then Robertson was just unable to get him involved in a good safety battle. And in the nick of time, Wilson pots the red into the green pocket, eliminates all the chances for Robertson to be back to the table. Still competing for the second frame. And then making the break of 23 points. Not quite a total clearance, but still having some brilliant shots along the way. And it is now Kyren Wilson very much in charge of this match. And Robertson is very close to being out of the picture for the semi-final before the fourth frame starts there. Can't afford to lose the third frame as well. Otherwise he's going to be in deep trouble and will require the comeback of all time for Robertson to be right back in this one. Because even though it was a slight favourite going into this match, I think that's going to be massively sort of impacted by the way of form that Robertson has had prior to this tournament. But as I say, the first round probably said it all there. Wilson was confident. He was confident in the way that he was taking the shots on. It didn't look like he was having any of the troubles with the equipment or with himself. And ultimately, when you're in the world number 2, you're able to just take it down to yourself. As Robertson just looking to make his way to try and go for a break-off shot here. Didn't really managed to do anything with those shots that he's had. Scoring 16 points, as I say, when the frame was over by that stage pretty much. You know, he had 2 snookers to try and find his way through. And despite him lining up one of them on Kyren Wilson, he was never really having Kyren in a lot of trouble there. But it's a nice shot to get him started for the third frame. Getting the cue ball so close to the yellow. I think still leaving the path for the cue ball to travel down the table here and take one of those reds to the right corner of the table. And yeah, the cue ball's going to go to the top part of it nicely, so just needs to stay on the ball cushion here. And in the end, one of the reds is going to be visible there for Robertson as he makes his way back to the table, and he can try and roll this red into the right corner. And well, I mean, the problem with that shot is going to have to be the fact of, you know, if you take that one on, I mean, where are you going to try and plan the cue ball on for the next colour? But, I mean, that was an issue for Robertson to concentrate after he made the pot on, and he wasn't able to do so. And he just doesn't seem to be enjoying himself out there for the opening couple of frames. And, of course, the contrast of the previous shot is going to be that Wilson does have the angle to try and get the cue ball to the top part of the table. And his long pot success, surely he's about to be improved here. He's not going to miss this shot. And that gives a little brush to the pink. It's not really going to go to plan there perfectly for him, but it's not too bad. Still got a shot the blue here, but Robertson needs to get his head in the right place. I know that losing both of the opening frames would have hurt. There's no reason to be playing shots like that, missing the red altogether when trying to go for the edge of it. And Wilson is going to be very quick to pounce. And he's got 4 reds to try and make his way through. And yeah, he's not going to be settling here for just the quarter-final spot. He'll be looking to try and make it as far away as possible. Quarter-final, 97%. So only 2 of those shots being missed. One of them was the pink. And the other one, I can't even think about, to be fair. And the other one was the black, which would have been the last shot of the opening frame. Now just looking to get another blow here to Robertson. And, you know, the first frame looked like it was going to be the start of something there for Wilson to try and maybe just slow the game down for Robertson. But in the end, it certainly has been the start of something special there from the performance of the Warriors' point of view. He's now leading by 18 points. He's managed to have another split of the bunch, landing a couple more of those reds. Not really in perfect positions, but at least putting a bit of distance in between those 2 reds in relation to each other. And I think he's going to ask the referee to clean the white now. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of points without any sort of answer there from Robertson, because, you know, when he came back to the table on frame number 2, the frame was already over by that point. And was that one of those weird mistakes that we've seen from Wilson, but which, of course, you can afford. There was no realistic century which he was fighting for. The frame pretty much was done at that point. So maybe just a lot of concentration, maybe just focusing too much on the positional play. Gets the cue ball down the table once again, takes the blue on. And he's going to have the variety of colours to make his way through. I think he's got pink out of position, but apart from that, well, I mean, when I say out of position, compromised by the reds, and probably not playable into either one of the corner pockets, or the middle as well. He's got the black to try and take into the left corner, although. He's got the bold colours, he's got the blue, and he's got a couple of reds. You know, only a couple of them, but spread out pretty evenly across the table there. He's got one closer to the side cushion, he's got one into the top part of the table. And once again, you can see the previous split to the back that he made, and he's just made another one. This one, so he's going to be the improvement on the previous shot, and that's going to get him a handful more of those reds to try and work with. He already has 33 points. 4 of those came from a foul shot, and the rest of them are coming off their single break here. So clearly has gone on to try and eliminate the reds into the top part of the table. Of course, one of the easier reds, which you always want to get through as quickly as you can, because you get easy points for yourself, but also you don't give any of those away to your opponent. Because sometimes, especially when you're playing catch-up, this could be the reds which give you perfect control of the cue ball, and that way you can try and develop of a couple more of the difficult ones along the way. For now, once again, just a very quick pace there for Kyren Wilson's point of view, and he's able to take the shots with great conviction so far, and playing the reds right to the side of the pocket, center of the pocket, I should say. And as I say, one of the opening blacks that he had in the first frame looked like he was going to wobble and stay out of the pocket. In the end, he made his way through and As I say, apart from me missing the mean levels black, which was taken with a no look anyway, and the pink at the end of the second frame, he hasn't missed any of those shots at all. And break time, 4 and a bit minutes. Already on his way to 50 plus points for the third time here. Making the breaks of 59, 110. And average shot time on the break is down to 17 seconds. Incredibly, of course, the overall shot time is going to be longer than that. But I don't think that's going to be on the back of Wilson's mind too much. Just needs the cue ball to miss the blue, and it hasn't happened, so... I mean, we've seen it. We've seen him stop on the break of 59 points, but of course it was different circumstances. He was taking those reds with low-value colours. And he was over the line at that point. It's not quite going to be over the line here, despite it being the same deficit that his opponent has to work his way through. If the blue is going to be landing into the green pocket now, that he has to take. Getting the cue ball to try and travel slightly lower to make sure Wilson is going to be able to see one of those reds into the left corner. And certainly body language suggesting that he's going to be very close, but he should be able to get through to it. And he's got only a handful of those pots to try and make into the left part of the table. So he's going to be dominating the play here. So he gets the black to be taken into the left corner. And, well, I mean, bit of a problem here for Wilson. I suggest that you probably can't really see any of those easy reds that he can try and take. He's got the red potentially available into the right and left middle. So 2 of those being the different ones. But for the shot to work for him, he needs to be absolutely perfect in terms of the positional play. And he's very straight on the black, so clearly just trying to go into the bunch. And the way he's caught that red, yeah, he's probably tried to do that from in behind. And, well, he still might be alright for this red to be taken along the side cushion, but has to be careful that he's not going to miss this one, because he's 66 points clear, 62 on the break. And, of course, this is going to be joint frame ball there, so only allowing Neil Robertson to go for a respotted black. Is he going to be able to make it? He certainly will do. And once again there, just seems to be delivering every single time when he comes to those difficult shots there. And as I say, should he miss that red, he's giving an easy chance away there for Robertson for the clearance. But once again, those fine margins just seems to be working perfectly there in favour of Kyren Wilson. That's going to be a very fine margin in between losing the frame and being on top of the world once again there. 75 points, 71 on the break here. Of course, very much a high value break once again. And if he makes his way through those 4 reds as well, we should be seeing another century break here. And the frame certainly gone and out of the picture there for Robertson. And once again around, 20 points that he scored in the opening 3 frames. And Wilson will have around 300 of those points to try and speak by the end of this break. Try and speak for his name. So that gives a minor edge to those reds once again. Playing the cue ball off the side cushion. And, well, we're seeing this face of Robertson there, just sat in his chair rather quietly for the 3rd frame now. And on the first frame, it looked like it was a bit of a strange thing there. You know, probably just unlucky, but, you know, when he's gone the same way in the 2nd and 3rd frames, well, you have to give a massive hats off to Wilson. But you also have to say what happened to Neil Robertson's point of view. He loves commentary. Thank you, John Mahot. And, yeah, just get this blue. Whoa, I mean, I say just get this blue on. Certainly didn't have that on the back of my mind. There was a brilliant shot that he took on into the yellow pocket. And once again, just making it look so effortless there. 13 reds that he's managed to take on. 7 blues and 6 blacks here. As he tries to roll the red into the right corner here. So the break of 90 points. And the Century Hunter still on there. Possible for a 1-3-3. And it's not quite going to be the joint highest break of the tournament, but that's certainly going to be some start to the quarterfinal performance. You know, 2 centuries in the first 3 frames. It's going to be, as I say, some way to announce yourself to the world. And when he said, and we've seen it all, that he was back in the opening round against Si Xiaowei, well, that's certainly the way to establish yourself as the winning machine here. Because it is the break of 105 that gets Wilson Don't know why it says that. He's on a break of 105 here, so just looking for a 1-3-2 now for a possible opportunity. But as that wasn't the case, he gets the cue ball into the right middle, and that probably is going to be a large share of the points that Neil Robertson is going to score in the opening 3 frames. And now it is Kyren Wilson very much having this quarterfinal for himself to lose, as he leads Neil Robertson 1 frame before the intermission. And the Australian, as I said before, has got it all to do. But every single time he loses another frame, the mission becomes, well, even more impossible than it already has been. Especially if Wilson is going to try and replicate that form for the remainder of the match. It is going to be a very difficult, well, thing for Robertson to try and get himself out of. Right now, we're about to witness the 4th frame. And, well, at this point, you have to say, we need to see something special from Robertson, and we need to see a drop-off from Kyren Wilson's point of view, because making 2 centuries in the opening 3 frames, adding the break of 59 points to that as well, certainly going to look very nicely on his CV if he is to make it into the last 4, and indeed make it the world number 1 and the world number 2. I think it's going to be for the first time this season that we've seen the world number 1 and the world number 2 in the semi-finals there. I think we've seen them in the quarterfinal of the Belfast, where it was Lesowski that's managed to take Wilson out of the game. And Trump, of course, being the runner-up at that point, reaching the final. I think we've seen that maybe at the Champion of Champions, but I think it was Jousington against Neil Robertson anyway. And Wilson was there or thereabout, but not quite able to make it to the business end of the tournament. And now the referee just going to do the respot of the pink for one last time before the first mini session is going to end. He's certainly been trying to end in the blitz there. Wilson doing his best, and well, Robertson not really opposing anything to that, because he's probably tried his best to end the first session in terms of how little he had to contribute to the opening 3 frames. But of course, you can't really blame him too much. A little bit, yes, for the opening battles and for the opening chances that were given away there to Wilson, because sometimes, you know, one chance is going to be enough there, and that's exactly been the way that Wilson's been able to go on about the business. You know, he's had 3 chances ever since that long red, as I say, as he knocked in and had to play for a snooker. Ever since then, he was able to just try and dominate the play, and he only needed 1 invitation there in the first, second and third frames. Let's see if the case is going to be there for him in the 4th frame as well, because if well, that's going to be the reality, it's a very difficult world for Neil Robertson to try and get himself into the semi-final and make it 4 out of 4 nations. Just waiting for Wilson to come back to the table. Probably one of the longest part of the match. Just waiting for Wilson, because you didn't have to wait for him when he was at the table playing shots for fun. 16 seconds is the average shot time on the break, which is incredible when he comes to the stage, and the positions that he had to make his way through on the opening 3 frames. And Robertson still seems to be pretty calm there. But of course, you're always going to be looking calm in your chair, and you know, inside of him, as I say, he was disappointed in the first frame. I think, from my point of view, he was frustrated in the second frame, and he must be fuming after the 3rd frame now, because even though somehow he's leading the poll there, 63%, don't know how, but he's leading the poll by 63% to 37 there to Wilson. But Wilson certainly is going to be on top here. And I said I was going to expect 6-4, 6-3 there in Wilson's favour, but I mean, I certainly expect a lot more from Robertson's point of view, but also the way that Wilson has been able to be so clinical in the opening 3 frames. He's done nothing wrong so far. And once again, Wilson is able to go for a break-off shot here. So he tries to do a very similar thing that he's done in the 2nd frame there as well. Just getting the cue ball to go off the left side and onto the right side of the table as well. Bounce away onto the ball cushion. Nice shot. Very nicely played once again there from Kyren. So back to Robertson he goes. It's been a while since we've seen him back in the action, and it certainly has been a while since we've seen a last spot time from him. And you can see last spot time 40 minutes. Well, it probably just puts into perspective how good those breaks have been for Kyren Wilson, because, you know, even despite Robertson's time being only 14 points there, that was enough for Wilson to try and make, well, the entire frame fit in there. And I think they had a bit of the second frame as well there, because that must go back to before the safety battle, because I don't think Robertson managed to get any of those reds in. He conceded 4 points right at the start of the frame number 3. And then that was the only opportunity that Wilson needed at that point. So Robertson just getting the cue ball off the left side cushion and giving the turn back to Wilson. So looking to see if the cue ball can travel to the top part of the table here. And I think the referee's going to call touch and ball right now. Not surprised about it. And Wilson just uses the opportunity to try and play the cue ball in behind the yellow. I think he manages to judge the pace really well yet again. So ball spotted. It is 3-8 there. But it's 2 of those that go the way of Kyren Wilson. 88 balls spotted, only 8 in total for Robertson. Table time somehow though, 74% for Wilson, 26 for Robertson. Just shows how many of those safety battles that we've seen in the opening parts of those frames. Robertson just seems to stick to the style that he's tried on the previous shot. And right now, just looking to be very careful with the shot that he's played here. And yeah, getting himself to try and bounce the cue ball off to the black ball cushion, onto the side, onto the top part of the table, walks away pretty confidently. And he's going to have the cue ball to be lined up in behind the green here. So a nice shot there from Kyren once again. Robertson potentially has got a long shot opportunity himself here. And he can try and nudge one of those reds towards the right corner. But you can see once again there, Robertson just doesn't feel like he's got that long shot in himself. And well, despite that, he's still played a brilliant shot here, getting this red to be available into the right corner. And well, he certainly can try and go for it now. In terms of Wilson can just try and put that red onto the side cushion, get the cue ball to bounce away onto the ball cushion this time around, and get a bit of distance in between the main reds and the cue ball this time. So plays the shot nicely, and it's a good response there from Kyren. Still not losing the focus, not trying to go all in on any of those shots at all, and just taking his time there, waiting patiently for the chance. That still seems to be the only one that he needs in the opening 3 frames. Robertson just studying the position that he wants to try and land the cue ball on towards to. Tournament long pot success, 83% there. So despite that being the case, all of those 83% coming pretty much in the opening rounds against Chris Wakeland. We haven't seen the same Robertson so far in this quarterfinal here. As he gets Kyren Wilson into a bit of trouble again. I think he could have played the cue ball slightly closer to the line of the yellow. And yeah, he's going to have this red available there into the right corner. Wilson has been very keen to taking those shots on previously. Let's see if that's going to be the case once again here. Now then, he's going to be able to make the cue ball past the main bunch of reds and get it to the top part of the table. He was. Didn't manage to get the red in though. And the same red is going to stay over the right corner. So surely now, once again, a perfect opportunity for Neil Robertson to try and get some sort of break going here. Last spot time over 18 minutes. That certainly is going to come to an end. There's no way he's going to be able to miss this red here. As he just rolls it carefully into the corner. Gets himself, well, gets the cue ball to the top part of the table here. So just looking to see if it's going to be about the yellow to try and make the way of the cue ball down the table. You can try and take the green here for very much the same reason. And yeah, Robertson just looking at that one more time. And thinking about maybe he's going to have the chance to bounce the cue ball away off the right side cushion. And get himself lined up for that red to be taken into the right corner. Yeah, I think he can just about control the cue ball here to try and land it on that red, but he's gone way past it. And now needs the cue ball to roll even more. And I don't think he's got it now. So the break of 4 points certainly is not going to do it there for Robertson. He's got a couple of those reds, which he's looking at to see if they're going to make past each other into the right corner. But that's still not going to be an ideal world there for Robertson, because it's going to be a very difficult shot there for him to take on, especially when it comes to controlling the pace of those reds. Can't really force the cue ball. He wants to try and stay on the black here and making the shot with the such little pace there sometimes can be difficult. When you talk about so little of a margin, you can easily have a minor fade there. And, well, the top red does seem like it's possible to try and make his way through. But it's not going to be easy to try and play that shot with no power at all. And Robertson's just taking the shot with a bit of traction. And when I say a bit of traction, he's actually managed to overplay it for the yellow to be taken. And right now, well, the only opportunity for him to try and continue this break has to be taking the yellow in itself into the middle pocket. And just trying to get the cue ball to bounce away to the lower part of the table here. As he's just looking to maybe go for the blue as well. Seems to be going all in on the break. He knows how much it's going to mean to Wilson to take another frame away from him. And, well, not for the time being. It's a great shot there by Robertson as he makes a difficult shot off the blue into the right part of the table. Tournament pot success so far, 96% for Robertson. But, as I say, that's going to be taking a massive hit here. I'll say a massive hit. He didn't really miss any of those massive numbers there in the opening 3 frames, but he's still not going to be very happy with that either because of him being 3-0 down. Scoring the break of 11 points here though, and well, is that going to be it once again there? He's got the pink available into the left corner, but apart from that, it's going to be very difficult to try and continue the break from here. He's got another blue that he can try and take into the yellow pocket, but if you're going to try and take it with that approach, I think it's going to be very difficult for him to try and get the perfect position on one of those reds to be taken. So he's probably just considering to take the brown on, slow the cue ball down, get it lined up in behind the green, and just push that colour onto the side cushion for now. So once again there, Robertson's just unable to get past that 16 points of his highest break, which was achieved at the point of the second frame, where pretty much it was over anyway. So Wilson just giving a little nudge to one of those reds to send it into the main bunch. Get the cue ball off the side cushion and onto the bulk part of the table here as well. And once again, the cue ball is going to be positioned very nicely there for him. And gives the turn back to Robertson there. It seems like Robertson is able to work so hard, super hard for those shots. And then Wilson just comes up with a very easy escape there, nailing all the safety success. You can see 95% so far for him. I mean, in the 90% zone for all the shots there, apart from maybe something like a rest spot success, which is still going to be remaining in that 100% there for him. And Robertson has to find himself being the player that has to try and get the cue ball off the side cushion into the main bunch of those reds. So then just pushing it away and heading backwards to try and hit one of those reds. And it's a decent effort there. Robertson managed to judge the pace perfectly, to be fair to him. As long as he avoids a touch and ball. Because that's going to give an extra simplicity to the way that this shot can be taken there by Wilson. And if you push the cue ball onto the side cushion, you should be able to try and make your way up the table there with the white. And yeah, just having a look at it, I think he's played a good enough shot to get the brown involved. Has he? I mean, with the cue ball being perfectly lined up onto the side cushion, it might be the only place where the red is actually going to be potable from. Still a difficult shot for Robertson to take on. And I think he's going to be positioned in a very much of a straight line. So goes for another opportunity this time. Just one of those reds to be cannoned into the main bunch. Spread the bunch quite nicely there, Robertson, but didn't manage to get the cue ball into the safe spot. And yeah, the way that he caught the yellow pretty much full ball at this stage should give another chance away to Wilson. Long pot success so far in the quarterfinal, 6 out of 7. And last 16, 44%, so 8 out of 18. So he's nearly managed to make the same amount of long shots in twice as little shots that he's taking on there. Once again, 3 out of 4. Long pot success into the pocket of the right corner of the table. Surely he's going to be able to try and make it 4 out of 4 here. Now then, is he going to be able to get himself onto the collar? Well, he does make a long pot on, but he's probably unable to get himself lined up for the collar. He can try and have a look at the pink to be taken into the left middle, but I still think with the cue ball being right underneath it, it's not going to be worth the risk that he's taking on here. And Wilson has to try and find an alternative route here for him. And, well, maybe just send the cue ball backwards here. If you send it to the top part of the table, you shouldn't be able to put too much distance there in between the cue ball and those reds in such way that, you know, he's got the right part of the table to try and cover up there from Robertson. And that's what he's looking at. You know, ideally, you want to land the cue ball in behind the yellow, but still ensure that if you don't manage to do so, you're going to have some sort of cover on the red that he's going to be reluctant to give away into the right corner. And yeah, if you can just try and play this pink to be taken into the top part of the table here as well, you should be able to get yourself into a decent run. And well, he's trying to go for a different approach here, so just get the cue ball to be pretty much alongside the yellow pocket, in behind the brown. And yeah, it's still trailing by 10 points, 115 of those at the table. So he's not going to be shy when it comes to having enough points available at the table. And he's just having another run there, getting a difficult red in, and having the position on the colour to try and follow up as well, which was something that, you know, both Wilson and Robertson weren't quite successful at the start of this fourth frame. It's another great shot there from a safety there from Robertson. He's able to put the pressure, or at least some sort of it, back onto Wilson's terms. And I think Kyren has got the opportunity to try and get one of those reds into the right corner pocket. And it's going to be a slight problem for him in terms of controlling the cue ball. And is he managing to get this red into the corner? He wasn't on this occasion, so it's another long shot that he misses. And was actually expecting him to make that one stick. But he still doesn't look like he's given anything easy away to Robertson. He's got the long shot into the yellow pocket, but might be compromised there by the brown. He's got another shot that he can try and take into the middle, but has got a bit of distance in between the cue ball and that red. And yeah, if he tries to slow the cue ball well enough, he can try and take this red into the right corner as well. He's going to get the cue ball to bounce away from the black ball cushion, and he was able to do so. So taking one of the more difficult reds into the right corner, and right now 11 points clear as well. So that's, of course, psychologically going to be more of a boost than it is naturally on the table here, because it's not going to be an awful hard of a task for Wilson to try and make his way through, especially if Robertson needs to make a mistake quite earlier on in the break. But at least the fact that he doesn't have to try and play catch-up here might be a positive there to Robertson, although he has to try and take that red closer to the yellow pocket straight away here. So he tries to take it into the yellow pocket. The cue ball is going to bounce away from the top cushion and get back to these blues to be taken into the right middle. Because that was the shot that he was looking for, to try and save that red. Because that basically gives him the opportunity to try and do whatever he wants there with the remaining reds. You know, and always having that red available and in open play gives you just the opportunity to be taking slightly more risks on the previous couple of shots. So Robertson just taking one more look to see if the blue is going to be possible there for him. And yeah, he should be able to take this one into the middle. Get the cue ball to accelerate onto the main bunch here if he wants to try and make contact to them. Because the way that the bunch is actually positioning themselves, you can't try and make your way through those reds without needing to make any adjustments to them. At least for the time being here, certainly. So once again, the break of 13 points. Robertson edging out that gap to Wilson. 23 points as it stands. Has to go for the more difficult red here. Far away from the cue ball. Manages to take it though. None of those shots can be taken for granted there when you're not playing well. And not going to say that he's played a perfect shot there. Certainly in terms of positional play. He's got his 14 points now on the break. So the blue will make it the highest break of the match there from Robertson's point of view. But he still needs to get it into the left corner. And seen easier shots than that missed so far today there by Neil. quarterfinal, 64% of a positional success, but only 9 out of those 14 shots there, which probably just suggests the lack of table time that he's been getting so far, as he just about rolls the blue in, so it's just the pace of the shot perfectly. So it is going to be his highest break of the match. I don't think he'll be cheering that fact for too long. Try and get it onto his first 50+ break or so. And I think Robertson just conceding a foul there. And yeah, showing good sportsmanship, but he won't like this about himself because yeah, the referee was very quick to have a look to make sure that Robertson wasn't touching the brown, but at the same time that he was looking to look for that. And I think was the time that Robertson actually committed the foul. So 19 points it is going to be the end. And 4 points given away. And you can't quite see the contact on the brown, but Robertson surely wouldn't lie it to the referee or anyone here in the world. And well, it just gives an opportunity to Wilson to be back in the game very cheaply. Once again, as much as you have to show acknowledgement for the sportsmanship, you also have to say Robertson should have been more careful with that one. He can't afford to be giving anything like that away, although Wilson seems to forgive him for that quite quickly. And as long as he has given a red away into the right middle, that's the perfect record of the rest spot success being over there for Wilson. And it's gone down to 94% right now. And straight back he goes there for Robertson. So let him off the hook there, Wilson. And let's see if there's going to be very painful come the end of the match, or is it still going to be just one of those frames which was meant to be there for Robertson to win, but that's not going to be sort of setting the pace up for the remainder of the matchup, which of course we have seen before. Seen players to come back from 2-0 down, not so much from 3-0 though. But Weasel have a word to say about that, as I brought that one up previously. In the International Championship, we've seen Scott Donaldson come back from 5-0 down at the UK Championship qualifiers against Stuart Bingham and make it to the decider and win the match eventually. So it just shows that Robertson is still in there with a shout of at least getting a competitive match out of this one. For now, just getting those reds to be taken as a plant into the left part of the table. So ahead by 39 points, making that 40 right now. He gets the cue ball to bounce away from the right side cushion. And yeah, he's going to have this pink available to be taken into the right corner now. And yeah, he should be able to try and make the way of the cue ball up the table if he has to, in terms of points that he needs for him to be over the line, but didn't really plan to have a contact with the black on this occasion. So he's still going to be ahead by 46 points and the break of 21 points that he makes. Had a bit of a break in between 19 and 21 points there, making that foul and giving a chance away to Wilson, which wasn't taken off the rest shot. Now then, Robertson just looking to see if he's going to be able to get that red in. It's still a difficult cut there, and he's not over the line, not even close to it for now. He needs to take 2 more reds at least for him to be edging out on taking at least one of those frames away from the game here of Kyren Wilson. Off the cushion pot success, 67% there so far for Robertson. And once again, he's gone down to hit that shot 3 times there. Hasn't done it on any one of those occasions. And just, yeah, he's done it 4 times now. So probably just indicating that he doesn't want to take the shot at all. Shot time approaches 60 seconds right now and goes over it. I don't think he's going to have the way for this cue ball to be sent in such way that he can find a safe spot on the table unless he tries to put it onto the lower part of the table. If the cue ball is going to be sent for this red to be taken, he has to make sure he has it with enough power for the cue ball to be going to the top part of the table. Well, he nearly dropped it into the yellow pocket, and that's going to be some sort of opportunity there for Wilson, because even though the cue ball is going to be close to the ball cushion, it still gives him a shout there of getting back in this frame. Despite being 46 points down, it's still going to be around 67 on the table. And over 8.5 frames. Well, it's difficult to say. You need the 6-3 for that. And you're not going to have Robertson to win 6 frames on the bounce. But we are seeing a couple of those weird mistakes there from Wilson's point of view. We haven't seen those in the opening 3 frames. You know, he's had a rest shot that he missed into the right corner, and now he's missed another shot into the right middle. All of a sudden, he's the player that gets 10 minutes without a pot. And if Robertson is able to take this red into the yellow pocket, it should be the last shot that Wilson has taken into the first mini session. So he's going to have a drought of 15 minutes as well. Not making any of those pots onto the table as well. And, well, surprised to see once again there from Robertson especially. I mean, has he touched the yellow there? And, yeah, I think he's going to be absolutely fuming there. And, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know why he was taking that shot on anyway, but also he's missed the yellow completely. And all of a sudden, the snooker that he was trying to find his opponent at, well, first of all, he's given 4 points away to Wilson. And right now, he also has got a very difficult snooker to try and make his way out of. Yeah, as I say, like, when you were so close to the finish line, I don't really understand that passive approach there from Robertson. He could have gone for that yellow. And, you know, if you missed it, then you still have got a couple of those reds in somewhat safe place. So, yeah, can't really comprehend that one. But Robertson just clearly committed to try and get this frame over the line, but that hasn't helped. You know, it's the second foul shot that he's given away quite, well, in a weird fashion, certainly, when touching the brown with his cue. And this time around, just leaving this chance here for Wilson to try and take another red shot. You know, he's got the contact with one of those reds, but in the end, he got it slightly closer to being available. And that over 8.5 frames, certainly not going to be the case. If Wilson is going to be able to make a comeback here and take it to a steal. Of course, it would have been a very different situation had Wilson been the player that actually found themselves in such a difficult position previously in behind the yellow. But he's missed 2 previous shots there. One of the rest, one of the long shot. And right now, he manages to take this red shot very nicely indeed. So he's still back in the game here. Got one more of those reds into the open play here. So it all comes down to just trying to do a little bit of the tidy up with the colours. But he's got one big issue ahead of himself. It's going to be that last red sitting on the black bull cushion comfortably for the time being. And it is up to Wilson the way that he wants to approach this one. But whatever he does, it's been a perfect opportunity that Robertson has tried to present him with a couple of times there. And, well, Wilson certainly should be taking this one as a real opportunity to try and land another and surely the final blow to the chances of Robertson to try and get himself back in the game here. So I think Wilson going for the wise approach, trying to get the cue ball. Well, I mean, I thought that was going to be the wise approach. And that's what he's taking on. For the second, I thought that he was going to try and leave that red till last, but he's tried to cannon the cue ball into it. I was just a bit confused with the way that he clearly was going to add a lot of power on the cue. And that was clearly just so that he could put it closer to the pocket. And he's able to take it right now. And New did his best to lose this frame. You know what, Stephen? I was thinking about saying that, but I'll be honest with you. I didn't really want to say it because of the legend of the game that he is. But I can't disagree. You know, he's done everything to lose this frame. He's had 2 really weird fouls. He's had a break of 21 and 19 points. And he only has himself to blame. You know, massive respect to Kyren if he is able to make this far from an easy break here. But I'm not going to say that Robertson has been playing really well and he's super unlucky. He's had 2 stupid errors, which you're barely going to see on an amateur level. You know, when you try and roll in behind the yellow, for you to miss it twice, once on the way up the table and once when the cue ball is going down slightly. And, well, it's going to be a very big stain on his reputation in terms of the way that he has approached this frame. It's certainly not the right way to do it. And there's one thing saying that Wilson has to be appreciated for the way that he's taking this chance there. And he's about 6 shots away from making, as I say, the final blow to his chances. Over in 8.5 frames, which, well, absolutely no chance if Wilson wins this one. As I say, for Robertson to win 3 more frames, that's going to be very difficult. These are about that's taking it too far. And you are going to have to be deleted for the message because, as I say, it's a weird approach, but you're certainly not going to be able to call someone like Neil Robertson a cheat, because if he's a cheat, then you're going to have 95% of the players that are going to be way below his level. And still has to try and come back into the second mini session. We have seen a turnaround like this, and also this frame is not over yet. It's got a very difficult shot with the green for Wilson to try and make his way through it, but unfortunately for Robertson, he does make it stick, and he's manages to get the cue ball very close to the brown. He's got another opportunity to be taking the brown in, and of course only he's going to need 3 more colours after this one for him to be landing this ultimate blow there to the chances of Neil. And after 1.5 hours of the action here, certainly doesn't look like it is going to be over 8.5 frames. We could be going for another very quick quarter-final there after Salgadon being destroyed by Weezer previously. And, well, Wilson is not over the line quite yet, and he hasn't played a good shot here. Could have played it better. He's still going to need the pink and the black combination. And Robertson just might see the chances there. Hit the brown then, there's the yellow clean on. Yeah, that wasn't really good, but still not good enough for him to be called a cheat for what he's done to the game and what he brings to the snooker table. He had a brilliant performance against Wakelin, and as I said of Salgadon there, sometimes it just can be one of those days. But surely the attitude has to try and take adjustments in the 5th and frame onwards. But for now, he's still looking and hoping for that chance to come his way. As he goes for this pink to be taken there. And in the end, he misses it. So it's going to be a great opportunity there for him. In terms of Robertson and the way that he can try and go for it. Frame time is going to reach very close to being on the 30 minutes now since it started. So, yeah, Wilson is just on 51 points. I don't know why. He's got less points than Wilson right there. I'm going to fix that. But he's 1 point behind with 13 at the table. And just trying to make his battle through on this pink. And it is Wilson back to the table there after a decent shot there from Robertson. As I say, I think Kyren could have done slightly better on the last shot on the blue. But in the end, he had a very difficult green and brown to make his way through. So I think, as I say, especially for the opportunity that he had at the start of this frame, that's the only thing that he'll take it. And of course, an important point here has to be made that Robertson only needs the pink to be guaranteeing himself a black ball respot. But with the black being so close to the right corner pocket, surely whoever makes the pink, he's going to be able to take the black with it. And for all that talk, Robertson might still be able to win this frame away and put all of that cheating nonsense back to bed. Now then just has got another very important shot for him to make and hasn't managed to do it here though. Has the pink to bounce away from the middle and well, leaves a long shot for Kyren here, but it's way too difficult, I think, for him to be taking on a pink like that, especially being 3-0 up there, especially when he knows that Robertson only needs the pink in itself, and also that he's not playing too well. He's got a very different position in the match overall, but also he hasn't really made it too easy for himself in this 4th frame either. Now Wilson just having one more look to see and make a decision. I think a cross double, trying to land the pink as close to the middle of the bulk cushion as he can. That's going to be the fair reflection of things. Well, if he's tempted to go for the long shot, he can try and take it, but it looks to be way more difficult than the one that we've seen Zhao Xington miss, and ultimately cost him very dearly in that decider against John Higgins. I mean, surely if he makes it, it's going to be the shot of the tournament, and it is going to be the shot of the tournament. I mean, for you to try and play a shot like that, with so much of a distance in between the cue ball and the pink, is nothing short of spectacular there from Wilson. And now surely just one shot needed, this black, for it to be a 4-0 of a gap. And, well, all the problems are going to be there for Robertson, but it's not there. And remember, the pink didn't mean anything at all to Wilson, apart from making sure that it's not going to be a respot. And for all the drama, it was very difficult for him to try and cue the black onto the middle of the pocket because of how straight it was. And well, it's Robertson just trying to get this black into the open play. And it's all down to just taking and making sure that he's going to be able to go for these black to be taken. As I say, it's a black ball game, so whoever makes it is going to be able to be the winner of the frame. Frame time over 31 minutes. And still a chance here for either one of the two. Wilson has got the first 3 opportunity. Just pushes the black onto the side cushion, so it almost feels like it's a black ball game. And yeah, just looking to see if Robertson is going to be able to land that last punch there and take this frame away, at least there, from Wilson. Kyren had a chance to finish it off on 2 of the occasions. He had the pink, which was missed in the right corner. Then he was able to take it with a brilliant shot into the green pocket, but just unable to do the same with the black. Robertson trying to play the safe shot for the time being. And for the way that we got through the opening 3 frames, certainly it does look like has been a bit of a story here in the 4th one. And you can see that Wilson wasn't happy when he missed that black. It was very straight, so as I say, it was quite difficult for him to make his way through. But I think after making that brilliant pink into the green pocket, he had no excuse to be missing the black like that. Maybe it's just going to be a point where you have to stay. He's played such a good shot that you may forgive him for missing the black like that. Once again, back to Robertson he goes. He's got a nice opportunity to try and cut this black into the green pocket while still getting the cue ball to go down the table here. And yeah, I mean, he's having a look at this one once again. So having it at the line. Then he has to try and take the black in. Last spot time, 11.5 minutes there for Robertson. And I think that was halfway down in this frame. Wilson was able to produce a decent enough comeback for him to be back in the game. But in the end, just seems like has got another twist in this frame. But for now, Robertson is unable to take this black into the green pocket. And he's probably just about pushed far enough from the pocket for Wilson not to be taking this black on. But, you know, you never know. As I've seen shots like that being attempted, especially when you've got a 3-0 lead to try and back it up there. And, yeah, he's clearly just not feeling to take 2 risky shots on the bounce there. And he clearly feels like after missing the black into the right corner, he has to make sure he's going to be able to win the frame. Otherwise, this could be a momentum changer in Robertson's favour here. And once again, Neil's going to hit the black. Try and send it to the top part of the table here. Maybe just put it on the cushion as well. And yeah, in the end, it does look like it is going to be the start of a black ball respot. For the way that he manages to put the black on the side cushion, getting the cue ball to be on the top part of it. So, not leaving a straightforward double, but with the opportunity that Wilson has got in terms of the frames on the board, he can try and go for a cut hat double into the middle. It was very close, but in the end, it looks like it is going to be all over there for Wilson because he took the opportunity, he saw the chance, but that black could be very costly. Then he missed into the right corner because Wilson surely has played his last shot of the first mini session, and Robertson is just able to take this black into the left middle, and in the end, for all the drama, he's able to get himself at least a frame on the board. And it is now the intermission, which still sees Kyren Wilson to lead with quite a confident gap there. It is Kyren Wilson 3, Neil Robertson 1, going into frame number 5 in just about 15 minutes time there. Stationed in, the best of action is yet to come.
empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la, oh oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Oh no. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Right then everybody, and we are back to the main action. It is now frame number 5 as the intermission is about to end. And well, after a very important steal there, well, you can barely call that one a steal because it was Neil Robertson dominating the majority of the frame number 4, and yet it all came down to the last black and the mistake from Kyren Wilson there for the Aussie to finally get him a frame on the board. And this could be the frame that could prove to be very important there for him in this Masters campaign. It is going to be Neil Robertson to try and have a nice break-off shot. We have seen those not really go to plan before, but we've also seen an absolute cracker of a shot from the right to the left-hand side of the table, which nearly finished the cue ball in behind the yellow and has done, well, vast amount of damage there to Kyren Wilson. And, well, once again, similar approach there taken by Robertson, and wasn't quite able to get such a perfect outcome on this occasion, though. And he's still going to have the right-hand side very much available there for Robertson to try and make his way through. And has to be very careful, though, on the approach for the first couple of shots. And that's really going to tell us how Wilson will be feeling about it. And that certainly is going to be the shot that actually tells us about it, because he clearly doesn't feel too good about losing that 4 frame. And gone for a very much an opportunistic shot there into the right corner. And yet has seen the red to jump out of the pocket and finish very close to the right middle pocket of the table here. Robertson is able to take that one away, and he's just thinking about which colour can he try and play for. This could actually play into the hands of Robertson there, because I said the previous frame was very much important from, well, both players' point of view, but especially he was going to give some sort of momentum over to Robertson and take some of the momentum away from Wilson, because we have seen before that black, we've seen an incredible sequence of brilliant shots there, but we also have seen a couple of unforced errors, which was the factor that we haven't actually witnessed in the previous 2 or 3 frames. And once again, it is the break of 6 points there, and Robertson just making sure that he's going to be able to go for this red into the right corner, try and slow the cue ball down enough so that he's going to force it for the black. Or indeed he's, well, trying to just accelerate it instead onto the side cushion, and safety success, you can see just going through the stats there. 70% for Robertson, 89 of those for Kyren Wilson. Pot success still very much equal there. 91% of each, despite Wilson having 2 more frames under his belt. I think compromised himself massively in that 4th frame, for the pot success being around 95% previously. Long pot success 75% for Wilson, 86 of those for Robertson. And average points when it comes to break building, 67 and 8 for Kyren Wilson, and only 14 of those for Neil Robertson. Highest break still incredibly somehow, 21 points there for Robertson, and yet he finds himself with a frame under his belt. And positional success, not great either, 71. That plays 85 of Wilson, and 363 points scored for Kyren Wilson, only 96 of those scored by Neil Robertson himself. Has got a very important shot to make his way through, trying to cannon one of those reds out of the way and make sure he's going to land on the black nicely to the right corner. Average shot time once again dominated by Wilson. 21 seconds that he needs to be taking on a shot per average, and 29 of those are going to be taken for Neil Robertson. Of course, that is perfectly explainable for him to be trying to play more of the safety shots and just not getting the number of chances that we have seen given to Kyren Wilson in the previous couple of frames. But once again, Robertson is able to get the foot on the pedal slightly, and well, he's able to replicate the highest break that he's had previously of just 21 points. He's got that one now, and he still has a perfect opportunity to try and go beyond that if he manages to go for the black and pot it into the left corner, and he's indeed able to do so. Now then, 28 points is going to be his advantage to try and hold on to. He still has got 115 at the table, and well, tournament pack split success 75%, and the reason why they bring the stat right now is because he's tried to take the cue ball into those reds, and in the end wasn't quite able to do so with a great effect to himself. He's got right now this red that he's taking on into the left or right corner. He's got a couple of options to choose from as he tries to. Goes for the shot off the side cushion there. Has he managed to get this red into the corner though? I don't think he has. The red is going to stay out, and the first real problem, and he's going to be a mistake there from Neil Robertson. So a break that has started off a very weird mistake from Kyren Wilson's point of view. He's going to end on a mistake taken into the right corner, and unforced errors. We have seen another one of those from Neil Robertson's point of view for Robertson, and only 2 of those for Kyren Wilson so far. When it comes to this quarterfinal, once again, he's going to be lined up perfectly for this blue to be taken into the left middle there, Nick Wilson. As we can see that he's going to be very eager to try and get that 4 next to frames 1 there for himself, because, well, basically you can try and put that 4th frame behind him then, especially after Neil Robertson having such a good start to this frame. Wilson was well, very eager to try and get underway himself, taking that long shot with great power. In the end, had that red to cannon away from the action. And, well, Wilson hasn't played a good shot here. And he needs to rely on a bit of luck there to be seeing that red closer to the left middle. Doesn't seem to be the case, and surely that is way too risky for him to be taking that shot into the right middle for good measure. So, as I say, something that we have seen in frame number 4, but we haven't seen until that point, is Wilson making a mistake like that. You know, at very much early stage of those frames, and just doesn't seem like he's able to get anywhere near the consistency level that he's been producing before. But this time around, he's able to get himself out of that. So it's a great shot there. I thought he was going to play a safety shot for the simple reason of, you know, that red was very much possible to the right middle, but having to breach over another red certainly make that shot very difficult indeed. Wilson is able to recover. And right now it's a break of 30 points that he scores. Looking to face Wu Yize in the semi-final. And as I say, Robertson has done a big step towards getting that deficit to be down to just a single frame there, which was going to be the starting point from Neil Robertson's point of view, especially when he was 3-0 down. But right now, if Wilson is able to get this frame on his score sheet, that's going to put all the efforts from Robertson's point of view back to where they were when we started. And Wilson is just able to go for a red by red there, taking the blue once again, trying to keep the position under full control, which was something that, once again, we have seen glimpses of him not being best at in the 4th frame, but apart from that, he's been absolutely flawless, making 2 centuries already in the opening 3 frames, having another brilliant break of 59 points to get him a frame on the board. Once again, just taking a bit of extra time there. Doesn't need to be rushing through. Average shot time to be less than 10 seconds. Has to make sure that he's going to be able to be in the rhythm, which of course is important for the snooker lab, but also just studies all the potential things that can force the cue ball or one of those reds or blacks to go wrong and bring Neil Robertson back to the table. Certainly not going to be on the schedule for Kyren Wilson's point of view as he goes back level on points. The last time that was the case was Wilson trying to challenge Robertson in that 4th frame. As I say, match time, well, pure playing time has gone over 90 minutes, so it's quite lengthy for the way that we've breezed through the opening 2 frames. The 3rd and 4th certainly have taken a bit of time for us to get through, but in the end it certainly was worth the wait. A lot of drama, a lot of mistakes, and ultimately a new winner of the frame. For the 4th time of asking, it was Neil Robertson finally just getting himself that bit of hope as he was looking to try and put that comeback challenge on there. Didn't really last long, it would seem, because Wilson is looking to try and accelerate away there. He doesn't need the red, which is going to be positioned very close to the black ball cushion. He's going to need the 4 reds next to the pink there, and he should be able to be comfortably away there. And for a second I thought he was playing for one of the reds into the right corner, and I thought he's misplaced the shot, but in the end he was taking another opportunity. And just seeing as well, when he takes this red out of the game into the left corner, see if he's going to be able to go for the plant himself into the left part of the table. Yeah, the plant seems to be looking perfectly into the heart of the pocket, with very little distance in between those 2 reds. Once again, Wilson just checking to make sure that is the case. Yeah, he should be able to just send one of those reds into the left corner, and of course that will free up the other one, which should be all that Wilson needs for him to be taking that 4-1 advantage. And, well, all the hope and all the sort of, opportunities that Robertson would have been looking forward to at the start of the second session will come to an end very quickly indeed if that's the way the things are going to end in this frame number 5. But of course we've got around 6 shots or so until that's going to be the case. Wilson has got a break off 48 points and counting, about to make it the 4th one of the match for himself to be more than 50 points. And getting ever so close to it in the 4th frame, but not quite able to get over the line. And, well, has to go for the yellow. That's not going to be perfect at all. So clearly committed to going for that plant, which he was looking at previously. And he is also going to have a bit of distance in between the cue ball and the reds. So once again, just a final look to see that the reds are not going to have any sort of adjustment that he needs to put on any one of them. Checking the distance as well to ensure that he can justify the power that he applies on the shot. And just a bit of backspin shot. Robertson is looking very much closely to the background. He knows this is going to be the shot that defines the winner of the frame. And it might not be the case though, because Wilson has managed to take the plant nicely into the left corner. But the red that I expected to pretty much stay there has gone right into the black ball cushion. So I think he's going to be cannoned away from it right now, because Wilson still needs one more red for him to be over the line. He's about to go 30 points clear, so he needs one more red in colour combination for him to, well, leave Neil Robertson certainly needing snookers right now. It's 30 points, 43 at the table. So if he makes it 38, he'll be one snooker, but at least he's going to have the frame ball over the line. Yeah, ideally would have liked to see the cue ball travel slightly further up the table, but he still gets a very important red in, basically frame ball, as long as the black is not going to be any more of a mischief than he has been in the previous frame. And Wilson just doing something that usually a snooker player playing catch-up would do, and playing for a snooker situation, so just clearly trying to put a distance in between the cue ball and the red to cannon the cue ball onto the red position and send the red itself onto the top part of the table. Manages to play the shot pretty nicely and place the red perfectly diagonally across the table on the other part of it, right next to the yellow pocket now. So the break of 66 points. Once again, it's a really nice response there from Wilson, especially after that early mistake with the long shot being taken quite carelessly. He's able, as I say, to put that behind him, and snooker escape success. 67% for Robertson. That's going to go down. And I think with the free ball given away, it is going to be a frame to Kyren Wilson. And Kyren is able to get himself over the line here. And yeah, he's not going to be rushing to get himself back to the table here. It is 4-1. And it's the advantage, once again, with the momentum man, Kyren Wilson. Only 2 frames away there from another Masters semi-final. He's had plenty of those before. And remember, despite him reaching the final twice here in this arena at the Alexandra Palace, he hasn't managed to win any one of those. And certainly this will be some way to kickstart the winning season of his ranking events. Remember, he has managed to win the Invitational, one of those, in China to kickstart the season. Not just for himself, but for all the players on the tour. After a brilliant performance against the likes of Ali Carter and Zhao Xington. And, well, I think it was Ronnie O'Sullivan that he managed to go through at the Shanghai Masters as well. And in the end, just getting the most out of the wildcard Ali Carter. And an incredible 20-frame final. Edging out Carter by 11 frames to 9. Is now we just wait for the referee to have the cue ball, the 15 red, 6 colours, to be back on the table. And, well, as I say, the thing about Robertson in the 4th frame was that it was a brilliant story, but it was all about just trying to take all the rhythm away from Wilson. And that did happen, because we've seen a mistake, to an extent, of black being missed into the right corner pocket. But it was probably one of those frames that you would pretty much expect it to be the similar sort of thing that we've seen with the Jot Jump against Mark Allen, where it was 2-1. I think, no, it was 2-0, I think. It was the 5th frame, so the first frame of the second session. And Allen was leading by something like 49 points, and then it misses the frame ball away. And then Trump is able to make the break of 50 points, and then he's gone on to win 4 frames, including that one. So that's some way of getting to the semi-final. It is now going to be Kyren Wilson to go for a break-off shot here, as we still wait for some of the fans to get back onto their seats. Wilson is very eager to try and get this 6th frame started. He needs only 2 more of those, and he'll be lined up for a semi-final appearance. Just waiting for the fans to try and take their seats there. Wilson is very eager to try and get this one. So a bit of, just patience needed there for him. He needs to make sure that all the noise doesn't impact him, and he's able to get through to him. And what a terrible performance by Neil. That red was hard to miss. Can't remember which one you're talking about, but it wasn't a great one. I'll agree with you on this one. And the red that he missed in the previous round, just trying to think about it, before he touched the ball to have a fault. I mean, not really, because it was the same one that Wilson has missed, so I'm certainly not going to agree with that one, but I think Neil Robertson clearly gone all in on this one, and that's not going to go to plan. Kyren Wilson has got an easy red to be taken into the right corner, and it's all about just trying to get over the finish line here, surely, because Robertson is going to be in no mood to try and waste anyone's time, including his own, and the one that gave the frame to cut. Well, there's been a few of those, Sergi. I think I get what you're trying to talk about when you touch the brown, but as I say, there's been quite a few of those frames away given to Kyren, and might have another one here, very much in the early stage of it. But yeah, Kyren hasn't played too good of a shot now. Getting a bit of distance in between the cubo and the red. So he can try and take it with a rest shot, but it's going to be more of a spider shot that he has to climb over a couple of reds here. And it's probably not worth taking the risk here. So he's got the chance of maybe going for the red into the middle or the yellow pocket, but apart from that, it is going to be a safety shot. And, well, once again, it wasn't the easiest position that he found himself part of. But you also have to say that, he's been able to take those positions away there in the opening 3 frames. So there certainly has been a dip of form there from Kyren Wilson's point of view. Just probably not enough for Robertson to put any real challenge. I mean, the one that he missed on the previous frame that leads to Kyren winning the frame. I'm trying to think of it again, but mind going blank. But as I say, listen, you can analyse the performance of Robertson, because if you talk about the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th frames, he had the chance in each of them. Whether it was a long shot, whether it was an easy chance like in the opening frame, where he had the first shot that he's played, run himself out of position on the yellow, and got the snooker on. Once again, done the red and the yellow combination, and that was it. He was scoring around 15 points or so in the opening 3 frames, and when you're 3-0 down, that 4th frame was really difficult for him to win, and he was able to do so. But now, the 5th frame, he was Kyren can play with his up shot tonight. He played some pots that another days at 9 time I was saying you would miss. Yes, absolutely, and that's 100% a compliment to Kyren Wilson, because once again, it's a shot that Robertson hasn't really played to a full extent. And I think Robertson is going to be disappointed with himself, but Wilson now got a chance. But you see, this one is a bit of a concerning thing, because Wilson was making all of these shots in the opening 3 frames, but he seems to miss around half of them now in frames 5, 4 and 6. I don't know why I named that in that order, but 6, 5 and 4 just seems to have been a massive dip of form there from Wilson. I've got no explanation why. I mean, I know there's a point of him being confident in terms of the scoreline being 4-1 or 3-0, but you shouldn't really be allowing that comfort to get to yourself in that extent, because if you try and do it like that, then it's just going to be very difficult for you to try and re-establish that form, which, I mean, he was flying through. It was like it was going to be Weezer against Kyren Wilson for the time being, where it was going to be the best against the best so far of this Masters campaign. And then all of a sudden, Weezer was able to maintain that performance until very much the end of the match. Of course, he had not as great of an opposition player as Neil Robertson probably be, with all the respect to Salgadon, but, Wilson mustn't get too comfortable just yet. You know, he's had a difficult frame. He had a brilliant break of 67 points, but he's not over the line, and he's not even too close to getting over the line. He needs 2 more frames there, and I don't think he's going to be able to take those 2 frames if he's going to continue to play like that. But once again, I mean, that's on the negative point of view, but he's still leading by 4-1, and he's had some incredible pots that he's made. I mean, that pink... It's such a shame that he missed the black into the right corner, though, on the 4th frame, where the last shot basically would have been on the first mini session, because the pink that he's made before that was absolutely brilliant. And it's such a shame that it meant absolutely nothing in the end. Sometimes the sport can be cruel to you. But Robertson, yeah, he needs to be a lot more clinical, and he's got a chance of doing that now. He's on 17 points. He's got 115 points at the table after he goes for this black. And he still has to bridge over the red, which probably just suggests that he doesn't play a brilliant positional shot there. And once again, those type of shots have to be made there when you're at the quarterfinal of the Masters, and neither of them have been made so far by Neil Robertson at this stage. As long as there's not going to be a bigger dip in form from Kyren's point of view, you should be expecting a 6-1 or a 6-2 win from Kyren Wilson's point of view. Robertson has been way below average, and you know, when they say that there's been a dip of form in Kyren Wilson, I mean that there's been a couple of unforced errors, but he's still had the breaks of 67, 100, 110 to try and back it up there. Robertson had the best of his break of the opening 5.5 frames of just 28 points. It's nowhere near good enough for, well, any match on the tour, but especially when it comes to the quarterfinal of the Triple Crown ranking event. Not ranking event, but Triple Crown event. And there you go. There you have it. You know, you had your opportunity, Robertson, and then Wilson is going to find an absolute gem of a shot into the yellow pocket. And it's a beauty from Kyren yet again. He's able to get himself lined up for this blue to be taken. And it's all about, you know, getting this 6 frame on the board, and then surely it's just a matter of when, not if, we're going to see Kyren Wilson against Wuiza, and what sort of scoreline are we going to see Neil Robertson trying to make out of this one. But as I say, it's quite disappointing there, because I know you're always going to have those matches as a player where you're not playing well, but I think it's quite a strange thing that we've seen 2 of them on the same day there, of Xiao Guodong and Neil Robertson. But, you know, Neil can't really say the same thing as Xiao Guodong can, because he's a world champion. He's got the Triple Crown set. He's won Masters on 2 of the previous occasions, and you just would expect a bit more from him. As Wilson doesn't actually play too good of a shot himself. He's going to be hampered by the red if he takes the blue on, which I think is unlikely at this stage. So it's going to be brown or nothing. Well, maybe the green as well that you can take on. And Neil did over on his 2 shots that did lead to that miss. Hopefully that finished quick. I was rooting for Neil, but he's playing trash. I get that. There's always a chance, though. There's always a chance, and he's 4-1 down. And I understand it's not easy, but not good. Yeah, I mean, Sergio, I agree with that. To be fair, you know, you can always say that you expect the best, and sometimes you're not going to have your day. But I think especially that opening shot in the 6th frame was something that you don't really want to see there from Neil. It was just like, I'm going to go for it right now, and I don't care if I lose. You know, it's sometimes you see that from someone like Xiao Guodong, maybe Zhao Xingtong at some stage, but for the legend and the experience of Neil Robertson carrying into this match, I actually thought this was going to be one of the best matches of the Masters so far, and unfortunately, especially from Robertson's point of view, it didn't live up to the expectation just yet. Once again, I mean, he's missed that shot by not just a millimetre, but around 3 or 4 millimetres there, missing the complete part of the red. And that's far from the first shot that he's missed, despite having the full contact of the red visible to himself. So 4 points given away to Wilson. Leaves him in the advantage now by 2 points. And, well, it was an ordinary shot for him to play on, and Wilson just suggesting that so, yeah, just asking the cue ball to be respotted perfectly. So Robertson didn't, well, agree too much with the referee, but you can't argue with VAR, and the Hawkeye says yes to the position of the white right now. So just try and get it, well, slightly more of the part of the cue ball to land on the red, because he can't afford to give the second miss like that, because of course he can't see the full contact area of the red, and he has managed to play the shot really nicely, to be fair, so it was worth it on this occasion, because of course if he was to miss it for the second time, he'd have to make a massive adjustment on the way that he was taking that red on, and therefore leave him very much vulnerable to the attack from Wilson's point of view. Now still, I have to say, I was really impressed with the break that he made in the previous frame, because 3-1, you know, it could have turned into a shaky match that if Robertson was able to take that 28 points of a gap and make it into a frame-winning break there. And yeah, it was Wilson that managed to respond, put the break of 66 points on the board, and well, ultimately won in the frame after lining that snooker up on Robertson, which Robert wasn't able to get himself out of. Once again, it's another great safety shot there by Wilson. Whatever you say about him, you know, he had a couple of missed shots in terms of pot success, but I don't think he had too many of those bad safeties here. Once again, just showing that with the stats, 91 success rate when it comes to the safety play, and only 65 of those, 4-0. Once again, back to Kyren it goes. I just think he's going to have the opportunity to try and maybe cut one of those reds closer to the right corner without giving too much of the initiative away here to to Robertson, I should say. He didn't really want to catch the yellow in the way that he's done. But he shouldn't be too worried now, because he's got a very difficult long shot available here to Robertson. But with the position like it is, I think it's very unlikely that we're going to see a massive long shot thrown in by the players, because as much as you want to get the first chance in, the position is way too complicated for you to be taking that risk on without leaving the cue ball comfortably on the top part of the table, because the reward is looking to be minimal, especially when it comes to Robertson there, just unable to make those high value breaks so far in the opening 5 frames and a half. As it's now Wilson once again just looking to see if he's going to be able to guide that red onto the left corner this time around and still find that corridor for the cue ball to travel and get back to the top part of the table here. Now, if this cue ball is going to be returning to the top part of the table, it doesn't really have to worry about where the red's going to finish, because, you know, he's going to surely play it in a controlled way. Well, I mean, surely wasn't the adverb that Kyren Wilson was using there, because despite him playing the shot with such great power, he didn't actually manage to get the cue ball into the safe spot, and in the end, he cannoned it into one of those reds that were in the way. And he's going to give an easy chance away here to Neil. Pot success in the opening 3 frames, that's what I was talking about. 97% there from Wilson, 88 out of 91. And when it comes to frames 4, 5 and 6, only 81 of those. So he's had 9 misses already, 39 out of 48 there. That says he's not going to be something to be proud of. Despite that, he's still leading by 4 frames to 1. You shouldn't forget about that either. That was a cheap chance to give away to Robertson though, and it's the last thing that you want to do to someone that is a great professional but struggling in the form, because, you know, he misses the shot 5 times, but on the 6th attempt maybe something will click and that performance will shift from a horrible performance to maybe something that you can try and put into a bit more of a challenge. And as I say, 4-1 is not 5-1, and if Robertson is able to get a couple of frames on the board, 4-3, it's far from being game over here. Especially, as I say, we're going to see the dip perform in Kyren Wilson and the improvement from Neil Robertson's point of view. For now, Robert's just looking to see if he's got too many reds to try and work with. He's got a couple of those onto the right side cushion that he can try and land on. So just top part of the cue ball that he has to try and strike, with the top part of it being the top spin. And, well, I mean, in the end, I think he's trying to hold it instead. So backspin shot was played, and seems to have worked out quite nicely there for Robertson, because he's still on the red. He's pushed one more of those into the open play, and as long as he's going to be on the pink here, which he's not, he should be able to land on a couple of easier reds here. So he's able to take this red away, but has to take another difficult shot on the blue. And also, he's going to be too straight on this one to try and guide the cue ball onto the right side cushion or close to it. To try and take a couple of those reds into the left part of the table there. Positional success 76% here for Robertson. And, well, this blue, if he tries to take it, has to be in the pocket. Otherwise, he leaves a chance away to Wilson. But also, if he misses it, of course, he's not going to be lining up perfectly for the red. Wobbled in the jaw slightly, but still drops it in. And he's going to be fine for taking the next couple of reds here. So the break of 18 points there once again. Average shot time, 28 seconds there for Robertson, which, I mean, he's not horrible, but he's not perfect. Far from it. And average shot time when it comes to the break, it's 24 seconds. That probably is going to be a bit more of a worry there, because 28 seconds, you can always put that down to just him playing so many of those safety shots. When it comes to break building skills, you would expect that short time to be slightly lower than 24 seconds, especially for the style that Robertson prefers to be playing himself. Now then, getting ever closer to, once again, renewing the record for the highest break achieved in the match by himself. Ahead by 23 points, making that 24, as he takes one more red in, and he's got 59 of those still at the table, so 2 more reds eliminated, well, maybe 3 more of those. So 7 shots needed. We could see another twist there, whether it is going to be a twist or it's just going to be another frame that Robertson takes away from Wilson. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, that's all you can do here, Robertson. Try and win as many frames as you can, and try and take all the opportunities that Wilson is going to present kindly to yourself. Slightly wasteful, as I say, in a couple of the previous shots that we've seen from Kyren. And yeah, you can try and take this red into the left corner, though. Get the cue ball to be played through this shot, and well, maybe, if he needs to, bounce from the cushion as well. But, I mean, what on earth has he played there? It looked like from the previous angle the cue ball was going to be close to the middle, but that's an amateur mistake. That's as bad as touching the brown. I mean, what on earth is he playing for? I mean, the cue ball wasn't even close to slowing down before it reached the pocket, so he was clearly trying to play it into the cushion. And in the end, it hasn't worked out at all. He's got 51 points there to make his way through, Kyren. That's going to be the end of a break here from Robertson's point of view. Now then, Kyren, try and go for this red if you want to. He's going to low another blow here to Robertson if he's able to make it, and he wasn't able to make it. Now then, does Neil have a chance to go for this red into the yellow pocket? The red that Wilson has played for previously is kind of far onto the top part of the table, but remember, Robertson won't need that red. He needs 2 more of those, and he just has to try and make his way through it. Once again, lot more success, 1 to 3 frames, 6 out of 6, perfect score, 100% when it comes to frames 4 and 6, 5 out of 10. So far from having the perfect score here, and just 50%. And Robertson surely is going to be able to take that red nicely into the yellow pocket, and he does so. But, I mean, yeah, he should be able to play the cube onto the top part of the table now from the pink, because the red that Wilson has missed previously has cannoned into the open play. And, sorry, should have changed the scoreline there. It's Robertson on the attack as he plays the pink into the left corner. Now, that's 7 points here that he scores, and, well, 32 points of an advantage. So as long as he plays this red with the brown or green, he's going to leave Kyren Wilson needing a snooker or two. Just doesn't want to do it with the yellow, and also needs to roll the red into the yellow pocket himself. He's able to get the nice line for the cue ball to finish on the blue. And, well, it's another frame there Robertson is looking to take away here from Wilson. Certainly doesn't seem like he's so easy going right now. Seems to struggle in parts and still seems to be brilliant in parts, as we've seen in frame number 5. Average break still remains to be just 18 and a bit points there. Improved on that previously with making the break of 31 points. And now 38 points clear with 35 still at the table. Is he able to take this red into the corner? He's not. So, yeah, Wilson can't really take this red out of the pocket, so he has to try and play it. Can't really go for the shot on the pink. I mean, probably has to. Yeah, it's a difficult situation that Wilson finds himself at because he needs to play this red with a black, and he doesn't have a clear-cut chance of taking the black here. So he's landed absolutely nowhere. Got no clue which shot that he tries to take on right now, and don't really understand what he's playing for anyway in the previous place. He had a nice little chance to try and maybe get the cue ball as close to the yellow, and pretty much line a guaranteed difficult snooker on Robertson at that time. And as he misses the pink, there's not going to be any points in continuing the frame. It is going to be frame to Neil Robertson. And, I mean, I don't know if he's going to ask Robertson to come back to the table, and he does. So, Robertson's done that before, but he said it's no point for you to return to the table, but Wilson just maybe letting Neil to play a couple of those shots, which still could be important there to him, but as he gets the yellow in, surely there's not going to be any way back here for Kyren. And just takes the green into the right middle there, or instead tries to roll it into the right corner, but confidently can say he's going to be frame over, and Robertson takes another one of those away. Wilson still is in the lead, but it's not quite as comfortable as 4-1 or 3-0. It is now Neil Robertson 2, Kyren Wilson 4, still looking to be ever closer to that semi-final appearance. He had his chances in that 6th frame, and he started off with a very wild shot on the long shot there from Robertson, but he still didn't leave enough of a chance for Wilson to try and make any more of 8 points. And in the end, despite having all the issues with the break building skills, it is Robertson that is able to extend his highest break of the match once again and take it to 31 points. And he's now only 2-4 down. Still needs a frame or two to try and get right back in this match. And before that is the case, Wilson is still very much got the upper hand in terms of trying to reach the semi-final here of the Masters. Not for the first time in his career, that's for sure. Of course, it wouldn't be the first time that Robertson has done that, with him winning the tournament in 22 and 2012 as well. Now then, once again, it's Wilson that leaves the arena to go for a bit of a break himself, and he just needs to try and somehow get back to what he was doing in the first 3 frames, even to an extent in the frame number 4, when he was playing some great shots there. Just a couple of mistakes starting to creep in at that point, and frames number 5 and even in frame number 6, he was just unable to put all of them to bed. And it certainly worked out in frame number 5 where he was able to sort of produce that brilliant break of 66 points, which got him over the line. That wasn't the case in frame number 6 though. Frame number 5 I was talking about, and in frame number 6, once again, Robertson was able to have his sort of breaks of 20 and 30 and somehow still get over the line and leave 45 points of a gap with 27 points remaining. So no wonder Wilson didn't see any point in trying to continue the battle. But he needs to make sure he doesn't allow Robertson back into this match too closely to himself. And for that to be the case, he needs to be victorious in frame number 7. Robertson has got his eyes on that task, but so does Wilson, who's going to be victorious in frame number 7 because it has turned into a very important point of the match. Because once again, it's a very fine margin in between 5-2 and basically pretty much job done there for Wilson, barring one more in 4 of those frames that he has to win. Otherwise, it is going to be 4-3, and Robertson will only find himself 1 frame down, winning 2 on the bounce and winning 3 out of the last 4 frames. Getting that gap from 3 frames on 2 occasions just to a single frame in it. And for the place in the semi-final of the Masters, we've seen twist way bigger than that. It's now not going to be quite as much of a demolition job as we have seen for Weezer and Salgadon's point of view. Robertson is still trying to hang on to this one. And he's guaranteed himself those 8 frames to try and be part of. Let's see if Wilson is going to step up his game, or is he going to be finally Neil Robertson to try and go through the gears himself, as we still wait for Wilson to make his way back onto the arena. Robertson is going to be waiting patiently, but not too patiently here. He needs to try and get the 7th frame underway as soon as possible. Try and get him lined up for a good start, hopefully. Still looking to see where his opponent is. Just taking a bit of time there, Wilson. All the while, Robertson has to try and compose himself, focus on the game plan, and try and take it one by bit. You know, just make sure you're going to be able to get those positional shots right. Your pot success should be able to come with it as well, because the easier are the shots that you have to play, the lesser of a chance that you got in terms of actually missing any one of them, as Wilson finally makes his way back onto the arena. So now an opportunity for him to try and restore that gap of 3 frames. We're back to the original scoreline there. And, well, he's had 3-0. He's had 4-1. Can he try and make it 5-2 yet again? And for now it is Robertson once again back to the action. He's got the break shot to try and get those reds to separate away from each other. And he's played it really well. He's had a lot of time to think about it whilst waiting for Wilson. And certainly he's played a brilliant shot here. As you can see, there's a bit of a fly, I think, on one of those reds. It does seem to be quite big there, to be fair, for it to be a fly. So there's only some sort of insect on the top of those reds, trying to guard them away from Wilson right now. And yeah, just making sure that Kyren is going to be able to see the perfect line of the cue ball. He's got one of those reds which has been left out by Robertson, not for the first time after his break-off shot. And of course on the previous occasion, Wilson wasn't able to play the brilliant shot of it, and that's exactly what he tried here. It was a long shot on that occasion. And well, this time around he managed to get the cue ball a lot closer to the black ball cushion, which would have compromised himself in the case of him making that red into the right corner. But because he missed it, it's probably played quite a nice role on him. I mean, Robertson is thinking about taking the red close to the left corner, but as I say, from such an angle, I think he'll be very close to just committing a suicide right now, in the snooker terms. Because there's very little chance that he's going to be able to control the cue ball well enough, make the pot perfectly into the pocket, and also, in the case of him missing this shot, the red is going to stay over the pocket, which surely is not going to be something that Neil Robertson has got in the back of his mind. So just playing one more shot of one of those reds, try and send the cue ball to the top part of the table. And just thinking about it here, maybe he's got an opportunity to try and land on the red to be taken here across the table. So he takes that red out of the game, but I mean, for how much longer? Well, I don't think it was a smart shot to play, with all the respect there to Robertson. I know he thought long and hard about it, but if Wilson makes this long shot right now, which I think he's got a great chance of doing, that's going to be another mistake of a safety battle there from Robertson's point of view. He didn't have any sort of pressure. He could have had so many short selections there, but Wilson seems to be taking the shot with a bit of power. Just about rolls the red in, but that's going to be very important, especially if the cue ball's going to speed up, which it won't. Well, I mean, that leaves the options for continuing the break very much limited. Still a great shot, and you'll do a bit of justice to the confidence there of Kyren Wilson. I mean, he can't take the yellow on, but it's not going to be any value in terms of taking the brown on either. There's just not going to be any way for the cue ball to try and travel off the ball cushion. And if you talk about making a snooker, you may as well just commit to not taking a shot at all. Well, yeah, I don't understand that really. I mean, at least, I suppose it's 4-2, so I can understand where Kyren Wilson's coming from, but I think it's such a waste of a shot that he's played there. Getting the cue ball in behind the yellow, with 11 of those reds being so close to each other, pretty much no chance of leaving anything away there to Wilson. I just think he could have done something there. At least put a bit of distance in between the cue ball and those reds, and just try and use the brown as a potential shot to take. And yeah, as I say, didn't bring any points at all there to Wilson, and Robertson was able to take the shot from the first time of asking, leaving Wilson in quite an awkward spot himself, despite having that touching ball to play the cue ball away from the bunch. Maybe he was trying to use that to great advantage, but in the end, the trick that he's played in behind the yellow previously, that worked out pretty much perfectly. Certainly didn't work out here. And he's got a bit of distance in between the cue ball and those reds to try and make his way through. And, well, he's got, I think, 3 reds in the way of each other there, Robertson, which probably puts him in a lucky position there because, you know, either one of those 3 reds could have been a really nice chance for a long pot. And instead, if you can't see any one of those 3, you're going to have to settle for a safety shot after a mistake there from Wilson's point of view. And, well, has he managed to cover up 2 reds that he's left onto the left part of the table himself? Because, of course, one of those was used to play a safety shot. So instead of 3, it's going to be 2 now. And I think there's a clear path for one of them to go into the left corner. Also managed to take one of those long shots previously. And the way that he's taking this one on, I think he is trying to go for it. And he's missed it, though, by quite some margin. Always quite nasty, those shots, where you have to play them with little power. Almost easier for you to try and force them with pretty much 70% of the power that you can have. And I think he's trying to play that one with more like 25-30%, leaving the same red available here for Robertson to try and take into the left middle. I don't know why they say it's going to be taken into the yellow pocket. Surely he's going to be rolled into the left middle, and he will do. And doesn't want to be straight on the blue. I think he's just about alright there, but could have had a chance of making some of the changes to the position. Of course, that's turned into a massive frame here for Wilson because, you know, if he gets himself in a position where he's going to be only leading by a single frame there, could be a real confidence breaker for himself now for the first time in this match. After Robertson was, well, getting punched left, right and centre there in snooker terms, as I say. Getting all of those brilliant breaks to go the way of Kyren Wilson. Right now, he's the one applying a bit of pressure on his opponent, but all that pressure is going to be applied to absolutely nothing if you miss shots like that. I know he was stretching. I know he was trying to concentrate on the positional play as well, but you shouldn't miss reds like that, whatever you do. And it's not really forgivable at an amateur status, let alone when you're actually at the quarterfinal of the Masters. And Wilson wasn't able to take the same red away because of how close it landed to the black ball cushion. And right now, Robertson can try and go for one of those reds to be taken into the left corner. But I think the angle on the cue ball is going to be against that. And I think it's a perfect shot once again in the billiard, because the cue ball was rolled into the corner with great conviction and pace. But in the end, don't really understand what he was trying to do there. Probably trying to catch that red way too thin on the edge and just trying to guide it closer to the yellow pocket instead. He's going to give 4 points away to Wilson and take that to 8 fouls committed there by Robertson. Only one of those has been committed by Kyren Wilson himself. And Wilson just looking to see if he's got any sort of point in taking this shot on. Or should he try and give the turn back to his opponent now? So just the left-hand side of those reds to try and brush the cue ball from. Try and get it to the top part of the table. And, well, wants to miss the green right now. Wasn't quite able to do so. And gives the turn back to Robertson now. And he's just looking to see if he's going to be able to go for a couple of long shots himself. He's got one of those reds that certainly can guide the red into the right corner, but it's going to guide the cue ball as well into the bit of a nowhere land. And the last thing that you want to be taking on right now is risks, which you're not guaranteed to anything there from Robertson's point of view. Wilson can still try and afford that with him being 2 frames clear. Robertson certainly not so much. That's why he changed his mind, if he was ever going for that shot anyway, because as I say, it involves a high value risk. And, well, it's a good shot in the end from him, because I think Wilson is going to have his view restricted on the red so close to the left corner, which is very eager to take out of the pocket anyway. So Wilson just taking a step back there to ensure that he's got these lines spot on and he's able to understand which part of the red to try and aim towards. And almost thinking about maybe just catching the cue ball from behind the red, which I actually think it's not going to be the smartest thing to do. And, well, if I said that wasn't the smartest thing to do, then, you know, leaving that red pretty much over the pocket certainly wasn't as well. Yeah, you can... I'm not going to say that for now on a safety battle, but some of the shots that Wilson has actually started to play has been very close to being baffling now. And, well, now a response is needed here from Robertson. 1 point clear. A long pot success, 80% there from Robertson, and certainly shouldn't be missing that, otherwise he's in deep trouble. He's made it. Easy on the pink. He's made two at the same time there, Robertson, and long pot success, 82%. That should get an extra bonus point for him making 2 reds at the same time. It's not the first time that he's done that. He's done it in the first round, and he's done it in the second round here as well. Now then, takes the pink into the left middle. It's still not an easy shot, but he's able to make it stick. And, well, you know what, Sergi and everyone? We could still be for a very exciting time here because of Neil Robertson not being out of the game just yet. He's 9 points clear. Yes, he's 2 frames down. But you get one of those back and all of a sudden it's game on once again there. He's the world number 3 for a reason. He's managed to have some incredible comebacks before in his career, and that certainly is going to be one of the greatest ones, especially if he's to go any further than just the semi-final appearance against Weezer. You know, when he looked like he was actually going to be done and out of the tournament, especially being 3-0 and 4-1 down, he's managed to get a couple of those frames on the board, and just now looking to make sure, tries to utilise the chance that was very kindly presented to himself. After a bit of a weird shot once again from Wilson's point of view. Of course, Robertson had to take a risk in terms of the positional play that he had to play. And, well, I mean, I'm not sure that that's what he was playing for right now. Because I think he got an unwanted kiss from one of those reds. And that's why he's looking at the red that he can try and take into the green pocket. I mean, if he's running himself out of position right now, forget about what I've said. He still hasn't managed to find any sort of form there because that was one of the simplest shots that he had to play in the rule book. And, well, I mean, I don't think this red can be taken into the right middle with enough justification for the risk, but that's probably the only chance that he's got. And from the mental point of view as well, he can't allow such a great opportunity to be resulting in just 14 points scored. So he's looking to take this on into the green pocket instead. So that's going to leave him with slightly more of control. And he knew as soon as he struck that one that he made it absolutely perfectly. So, you know, when you mess up, make sure you recover and then nobody will remember about the previous miss. Now 16 points advantage, still 19 under the table. Robertson is not out of the picture just yet. As the pink is going to be taken into the right middle. So 22 point advantage right now. He still has to make his way through a couple of difficult reds here, but should be able to do so. 30 plus breaks, only one of them. Total points 202. Highest break 31 as you can see. Average break of 16.5. So it's a dreadful profile for a match score of Neil Robertson, but he certainly won't look as bad if he's able to get a first 50 plus break and get himself just 1 frame away there of Wilson, because, I mean, it's incredible that so far, with his highest break being 31 points and Wilson doing 2 centuries and a couple of sort of 70 plus, I think it was, in some of those frames, he's only able to get himself a 4-2 of a lead, which could well result in 4-3 of a lead come the end of this frame, especially with the way things are going right now. Robertson is able to guide the cue ball past the side cushion and line up for this pink to be taken for the left part of the table right now. So probably a bit of a screw back on this time around. Or he's tried to play for a topspin shot instead, just suggesting that one of the reds closest to the pink spot was available into the right corner. As he's able to get himself lined up for this red to be taken. Just play this shot through the cue ball. Get yourself lined up for this pink to be taken. And now 38 points advantage. So it's certainly going to be something to watch out for. come the end of the frame. And, well, it's very close to the finish line already here for Robertson, because as he makes the break of 43 points, pretty much, well, 150% of what his highest break in the match been so far. Getting on that first 50 plus break, and you have to say, it's not like he didn't have a perfect opportunity in any one of those 6 previous frames, but it does look like that finally the curse of that low scoring value is going to end here to some extent for Neil Robertson as he gets another black in. So that's going to be his first break of 50 plus points. That took a while, but he's better late than never, and that certainly is the case here, because he's going to be only 1 frame away here of Kyren Wilson if he's able to get the black and red combination once again. He gets the black in, has the cue ball to bounce away off the side cushion, and it is going to be now 60 points advantage with 59 to the table. Kyren Wilson should be very disappointed with the way that he's handled the last couple of frames, and I think he has fueled this comeback from Neil Robertson, because if he's managed to continue the form of the one that he's had in the opening 3 frames, this match would have been over by this point. But instead, we're now 7 frames in, and it's going to be 4-3 advantage still to Wilson, but it's nowhere near as comfortable as it was at the point of 3-0 or a 4-1 lead. As Robertson is just going to get more and more confident now with him playing those shots, getting the most of the table time recently, and of course all the previous success of Wilson is not going to matter at this stage. It is all about now and master centuries, and Ronnie O'Sullivan's got 86 of those, Stephen Hendry's got 46, and Neil Robertson has got 46 with him, so he could try and make it the number 47 to be very much in the second place of this all-time club. I think there's absolutely no chance in the world that he's going to be able to get more than Ronnie O'Sullivan's managed to in his career. It's incredible where you've got sort of the record number 2 and the record number 3 pretty much having the same number in total as just one Ronnie O'Sullivan does. As this red is going to make it into the green pocket, and it's a brilliant shot once again there from Robertson. He's on a break of 81 points, so he could still make it a break of, well, I was going to say 115, but as he takes the yellow on right now, he can only tie for the highest possible break of this matchup, made by Kyren Wilson in the opening frame of 110 points, incredibly out of the position that he found himself a part of. You have to say that Robertson's position was slightly easier, but still take nothing away from the Australian. He was able to make the most out of it. And just 2 more shots needed there as he takes the green and the brown in quick succession. So he needs the blue and the pink for it to be a break of 100 points there, and for him to be second on the all-time list of the centuries being made at the Masters. 47 centuries in a single venue is certainly going to be a stat to be proud of. And he is going to be going on top of Stephen Hendry. So that's going to be an achievement that I think he's certainly going to be aware of. 103 and make that 110 points right now. As Robertson is right back in this game. He's able to put all the struggles behind him, certainly in the frame of 7. And it is right now Kyren Wilson 4, Neil Robertson 3. And there's not going to be a smile. Or you're not going to be showing Neil Robertson now from the camera point of view. It is pressure on Kyren Wilson for him to try and perform. He's had all the upper hand in the world. He's had all the advantage in the world as well. But right now, he only has got 1 frame in between himself and his opponent. As Robertson is going to be trying to make the changes happen here. Whether that will be the case or not, I'm going to have to wait and see. Because, you know, when you're leading by 4-1, one of the things that you've got an advantage over your opponent is if you're not playing well for 2 of those frames and then you still get a perfect opportunity, it might be coming down to absolutely nothing for them, because if you manage to utilize that chance, all of a sudden, well, yes, it's not going to be a 3-frame advantage, but it's still going to be 5-3 of a gap, which you rarely see being overturned. But we have seen it yesterday. John Higgins against Yao, different players, different styles, different sort of experience. And I can't really see any one of the players going for a red like that when it came to a decider. As, well, Wilson just seems to be doing a bit of a maintenance on himself. Having a bit of a struggle with his left foot. Taking the shoe and the sock off. So maybe just Doesn't get the clean connection there and needs to put a bandage on it from behind. So it's clearly going to be just a bit of a discomfort there from the shoe point of view, getting that sock right to the very top. So make sure he's not going to be feeling cold there at the Alexandra Palace. And yeah, just trying to be as close as he can ever be there with the shoe. Trying to ensure that he's not going to be putting any sort of discomfort on himself. Maybe doing that with the same shoe on the right hand of his right foot of his own. And he's indeed there, so trying to use all the measures that he can to make it as comfortable as is humanly possible there for the frames. Number 8 and 9, and maybe, you never know, 10 and 11 as well, for us to witness another decider here. It's been 3 hours since the match has started, and we're at least 2 frames away there from the match ending. In favour of Wilson in that case, because if Robertson is to produce this ultimate comeback, he needs to win 3 more of those. But we're 7 frames down, 4 more potentially to go there. Certainly 2 more of the brilliant action in between the 2 great players to witness. As we still wait this time around for Robertson to return back onto the arena, as the bandage issue seems to be sorted there for Wilson. See if he's going to be able to get his game under control and hopefully get it back up to a good level, as we have seen on the previous occasion. So, still seems to be in quite a positive mood there. Doesn't seem to be too upset. There's a smile on his face now. So, just try and ensure you're going to try and put that positive attitude towards a good performance in the game. Sometimes, a couple of shots can make your game turn from good to bad, but same way the other way around. You land a brilliant long shot, you get one of those long pots, and all of a sudden, bang bang, and it's another break of 60 points. All of a sudden, it's 5-3 advantage, and it's back. And the momentum is going to be back with the Warrior. For now, for that to be the case, you need to somehow find that break of 60 points to your name. As Wilson's still looking for his opponent to come back onto the arena. Not sure if Robertson's doing that on purpose, because of the way that he looked like he was slightly upset and slightly not happy, as I say. Nothing too significant, but with the way and the time that Kyren Wilson was taking on in the previous break, or maybe just a long wait and a long walk from the arena to the bathroom or whenever Robertson had to go to. But here he comes, back into the arena and back into the match. Sure he does, because, he's only 1 frame away now of making it back to all square. And first to 3 match, we have seen an awful lot of meetings in between the 2 of them in the Championship League. And if it is going to be Neil Robertson taking another frame, it is going to be, basically first to 2 at this point. Because it's just going to be the race to winning 2 of the frames. And Robertson certainly will be having the upper hand on that. If he's able to take the 8th frame away from Wilson again, that gets him a decent break-off shot. Had one of those reds not been so close to the blue line, I think Robertson is just trying to take it out in the way off, trying to eliminate it and play a safe shot out of it, or so I thought. In the end, Robertson, he's clearly going to try and make things happen right now. He's gone for a beautiful long shot into the left corner. Still gets himself comfortably on the blue. And pot success all of a sudden has been a twist in there. 97% from Kyren Wilson ascending to 89. And 58% from Neil Robertson ascending to 91 right now. Certainly has been a massive shift in the match performance. Long pot success. Once again taking a hit there from Wilson despite making the first 6 out of 6 shots there. That's down to 63% overall. After him making, at least 10 more shots after it. But I think he's had a couple of more missed opportunities on the long pot game. And Robertson is so dangerous when it comes to getting that break building work for him beautifully. As he gets another head into the left corner. He's got the break of 15 points right now to go with it. Just lined up for the black to be taken as well. And get himself lined up for the reds onto the left corner to be taken this time around. Slightly on the run for it. Didn't really want to send the cue ball into the main bunch of reds. course, apart from had it been intentional, and slightly lost the cue ball as well. It's not going to be perfect here. He's got a difficult black to take on, which he does need to do. And just needs to judge the contact of the cue ball at this stage. When you're in the rhythm, make sure you trust yourself and your ability to go for those shots. Because backing down, it's not going to be the right way to go right now. And, well, missing shots is not going to be either. And Robertson is not happy with the way this is done. But he may be, because he's still got nowhere near leaving an easy red out to Wilson. Because, yeah, I think he was... Well, he got a contact on one of those reds, pushed them to the side, and back from it. So, 23 points scored here by Neil. And back to Kyren it goes. I mean, he has got the opportunity, maybe try and get red closer to the right middle and still playing the cue ball off the right side cushion, closer to the ball cushion himself. Very close. Not quite on this occasion, though. The red has bounced away into the open play, but Wilson has managed to get the cue ball in behind the green. He would have had the opportunity to try and take the brown on, but at least he hasn't given an easy invitation away to Robertson, despite the Australian still having the chance to go for a couple of those reds into the left corner. Tournament long pot success by far. Dominated by Robertson there, over 6% over John Higgins. Trump is going to be third, Zhao fourth, and Mark Selby, incredibly, 57% is going to be fifth, despite being eliminated in the first round. And that stat is going to be even better for Robertson. Once again, immaculate and incredible when it comes to the long pot success. And he's got himself another opportunity. This is slipping away now from Kyren. He needs to do something about it. He's tried to do it with a previous shot into the right middle. That hasn't worked out. And if it doesn't work out on a couple more of those occasions, for the first time in the match, and for the first time in the odds, we could see Neil Robertson as the favourite. And the man having more frames on his tally than Kyren Wilson himself. He still has got an awful long way to go until that's going to be the case. With him trying to go for this red to be taken into the left middle. Has to try and play the cue ball through the shot though. And try and get lined up for the blue to be taken. He's got the red, which previously was missed by Kyren Wilson, to the top part of the table waiting for him. And if he's able to get the cue ball, get the backspin on the cue ball going, it should be a pretty straightforward combination there of a blue, red and blue once again. 11 points, which are going to be scored very easily indeed. He takes the red into the middle, so he doesn't have too many of the reds on the lower part of the table either, though. He's got, what is it now, 8 reds for him to be working with. Of course, he doesn't need all of them. And he does have a 43 point advantage already. And points without reply now in Robertson's favour, 153. You remember, he was around 300 points down in the total points scored in this match at some point. And he's managed to score half of those without any reply from Wilson, which, I mean, it's difficult to put into words how much it's actually going to hurt Wilson, because he's had a frame and a half now by far. Well, more than that, I mean. More than a frame and a half without him scoring any of those points here. And Robertson is going to be enjoying his little time here at the table. Well, don't really see what he's going to be trying to play for, but I think he's going to try and make his way through it. On for one of the lower reds, slightly underneath the main bunch, as he's able to do so. So ahead by 51 points, remaining of 83 still at the table. He doesn't seem to be confident taking that shot on, so it just takes another second to walk away from it and get down to hit the shot again. So slightly hesitant, but well, I mean, he's done that 3 times here. So yeah, he's changed his mind last second, so clearly just doesn't feel like he's going to be able to have all the red that he needs for it to be potted. In the end, once again, pushes one of the reds right next to the right middle, which is going to be a great advantage for him as well. And, well, at this stage, you may as well take the pink into the left middle. Try and take that red away from the right middle, and then get yourself, well, pretty much in a frame-winning position by that point. And, well, He's tried to do it the hard way, and he's played a brilliant shot there. 2 cushion escape with the cue ball, and seems to have placed it perfectly on the table. Gets this red to be eliminated, and of course, the next time he pots a red, it is gonna be 2 frames on the bounce, well, 3 frames on the bounce for Neil Robertson, and 2 frames with him scoring points without any sort of reply there from Wilson's point of view. And all the comfort zone that I was talking about, said the match was going to be over at 5-1. It wasn't quite 5-1, and that's why I said it to Sergi. Should not have given up so early, because you always have got the opportunity, even when it's 5-1, have got the chance for you to be victorious in such sports as snooker. And this time around, there's not going to be any sort of smile from Kyren Wilson. Hasn't been for a while, but I have seen a little glimpse of him still trying to maintain that positive mood going into frame number 8. And surely that won't be the case going into frame number 9. 72 points advantage. And 49 points scored on this break here for Robertson. Still technically could try and make it another century break. As he makes it back-to-back 50-plus breaks here. So slightly out of position on the black though. Bit of distance for the cue ball to travel. As he still gets this one. He's playing with confidence, I'll tell you that for free. He's playing with rhythm, and he's managed to put all the struggles behind him. And all of that is going to be very much in the part of the table and the part of the seat of Kyren Wilson. Because you can feed off of the mistakes of your opponent, but when your opponent starts playing well, you're going to be the player making all the mistakes here. And Robertson just seems to be so flawless, and making the breaks like that look so effortless. He's had the average break time of 24 seconds before the start of the previous frame. I bet that's going to be down to around 20 seconds or so. Tournament centuries, 4 for each there. And he could be about number 5, not just in frame Stanley that Robertson will be chasing in the next frame, but also making the century Stanley right now. And Chomp is going to have number 3, Weezer's number 2, and Mark Allen with only one of those. So another black is taken. So the break of 72 points, as I say, still very much possible for Robertson. It's not going to be the highest break of the match, but as I say, so be it. Maybe we're about to witness the perfect even Stevens there, at least for one frame, because he's going to have the highest break already confirmed, with it being 110 for each of the players. Robertson underruns slightly for the yellow, but at least he's not going to be hampered by the blue. And he still has the ability to try and go for the yellow to be taken into his own pocket. And he makes it. Can't miss at the moment. That's not something that Kyren Wilson wants to see. That black, and then he missed. I thought he was able to put that behind him on frame number 5. The answer is no, he wasn't. And even if he was, Robertson was able to feed off that mistake. And right now, he's flying through the gears. He's about to make back-to-back centuries, surely. Something that Kyren Wilson was so close to. And don't think he's managed to do it in the end. Second frame feels like it's been an eternity away from us right now. And, well, just like it was in the previous frame, Robertson needs the blue and pink combination to be over the line here and make another century break. Back-to-back centuries. Don't think we've seen that here so far. We've certainly seen it now. It is Neil Robertson back in charge, certainly, of this frame. And maybe, come the end of frame number 9, back in charge of the entire match. He was 4-1 down. He was 3-0 down. He finds himself back level with it being 4 frames each. Game on. And Robertson is very much back in the hunt. The prey becomes the hunter and becomes the predator. It's exactly the story of Neil Robertson. And fair play to him, by the way. I mean, it could have easily been 6-0. And not been a drop-off from Wilson's point of view. But he was still playing some good stuff there or thereabouts. And as he was coming into that frame number 6, it was slightly scrappy. But he was still 4-2. And then all of a sudden, the switch finally flicked on there for Robertson. And back-to-back centuries is certainly the way to get that gap down to, well, from 4-2 down, now for it to be 4 frames each. Still all to play for. And the match is not over just yet after more than 3 hours since it started. Still feels like we're about to get to the deep end of something very, very interesting indeed. Yes, the referee's going to try and rack the reds and colours for the 9th time. Because we're guaranteed to see 10 out of potential 11 frames. And I did say that it was going to be Wilson to try and take it at 6-3 or 6-4. Looked like I've actually gone over-optimistic on Robertson's point of view at the early stage. But right now, I can't really see Wilson turning up the gears himself and winning 2 frames on the bounce. Robertson does seem like the man to beat coming into the last couple of frames with the century break. And let's actually have a look whilst we have the referee setting up the reds and the colours. What are the odds? 161 right now for Robertson to be victorious and 230 for Wilson to be making the last 4. And well, we just feel like it all comes down to that final cutting edge there, which we haven't really seen as the champion of champions from just looking at their last head-to-head there of the last matches of champion of champions there. So Xiaoxington, of course, managed to beat Robertson in the final. And it was Mark Selby, of course, it was the eventual winner of the champion of champions that has actually managed to beat Neil Robertson. And Xiaoxington match, which I was thinking about, was with Judd Trump anyway, so forget about that. Robertson was lacking the cutting edge in that match, but to be fair, it was a similar performance to the match of against Kyren Wilson today in the early stage. This time around, Wilson is not able to finish the job like Selby did in that semi-final. And right now, it is back in charge there for Neil Robertson as we still wait for the players to come back onto the arena. This could still be very much the game from far from being over at this point of the matchup here. Just looking to see the response from Kyren Wilson right now, because we've seen it from Neil Robertson quite impressively. But it all comes down to just finding that extra gear to finally just find an edge over your opponent. And both of them simultaneously coming back. So it does actually rather confirm that it's just going to be a rather long walk from whenever they come to the restroom and back onto the arena. The crowd is certainly going to be enjoying this one. And they've been treated to an absolute beauty of a match. Especially to, you know, what has it been? 4 century breaks that we've seen. 2 on each, 2 from each of the players. Still seeing some great breaks of 66 and 59 points from Kyren Wilson's point of view. But I think whenever it was the break of 50 plus from Robertson, he's gone on to make a century break to go with it as well. Hasn't made too good of a break off though, but Kyren Wilson has been really struggling with those long shots. 4th frame and onwards. It's been 4 frames since he's, well, I think made at least a long shot with a better conversion rate than 50%. And, well, he makes this one in, but I can see the cue ball going absolutely nowhere. Not the first time. I think he's had that in frame number 4 or 5, I think, where he had a really difficult long shot. I thought that was going to be the start of something special. And in the end, he's landing absolutely nowhere on those colours. He's got the just far enough ahead there. I mean, he's clearly taking this brown on, whether it's for the middle or the corner pocket. He's taking it and he's made it 6. So to be fair, Wilson doesn't seem like he's done yet himself with this match. And he's got a couple of words and sentences to say about the performance of Neil Robertson in the last couple of frames. Of course, Wilson hasn't made too many of those errors himself. And Robertson didn't need a second invitation. Now, this is Wilson, time to shine and hopefully try and put another brilliant aspect of this match. Maybe get another frame win. Make sure that it is going to be either draw or Wilson leading there. And when you've got that fine edge of 5-4, you know, no matter what Robertson has done in the past, as I said before, that time around it was in Neil Robertson's favour. This time, if Wilson is able to take this break to a whole new level, which he's just doubled his chances of doing. To be fair, it's a really nice cannon off the cue ball being sent onto the main bunch of reds. He now has a break of 13 points to go with it. And just looking to land a couple of important shots now. Needs the perfect position on the collar after this red. And needs to be on the top part of the blue, and he will be. So if he takes his blue into the left middle, he should be able to get himself lined up perfectly for the shot into the left corner to go with it. As I say, He's got a large selection of reds that he's managed to get himself for a previous minor split to the pack, which, I mean, he wasn't minor in terms of the reds that he managed to develop, but all of them are going to add up to each other. He's managed to take 3 of them out of the game already, and you add 4 more that he's got very much, and he's going to be in charge of the loose reds. And all of a sudden, you only have 7 or so remaining at the table, and you're not even going to need all of them to find yourself winning the frame. As for the time being, he rolls his red nicely into the right corner, and he's got himself lined up for his black to be taken onto the left part of the table. Match score profile, 30 breaks off. 30 plus breaks. He's managed to make 5 of those. And 2 centuries, 2 breaks of 60 plus, total points 482. Highest break of 110, as you can see. Average break 52.5. So still very much impressive as he gets down to hit the black. And that probably might be the shot which has cost him that quarterfinal. It's absolutely unacceptable for you to miss a black like that, and he knows it. And it's the easiest black in the world. I mean, I know he's played it with power, but he shouldn't have been anywhere near missing that one. And surely, if you're ever going to need a shot to sum up the performance of frames of 4 and 9, that's going to be it there from Wilson. And unfortunately, from his point of view, I can't see Robertson doing the same now, because he's the man in form, he's the one in charge, and he's surely the man to line the final couple of blows here for Wilson. It looked like it was going so smooth at the start of the match. It looked like he was able to steady the ship on 4-1. And instead, he's going to stay in the chair for a considerable amount of time, you would think. And wait to see if Robertson is to make another error. But from what we've seen in frames number 8 and 7, the answer is no. And I don't think the 20-point advantage that Wilson has had to himself either is going to make any difference in terms of Robertson needing to hit that red on the side cushion. Just has to make his way through the reds which are in open play. And get this red to drop into the right corner. Gets the cue ball to go past the blue and lines up for the right middle. So 13 points as the difference in between Kyren Wilson and Neil Robertson. So you can try and guide the cue ball off the black ball cushion here. Maybe get himself positioned for the shot into the left middle. But as I say, I think the minor thing that has gone in favour of Kyren Wilson was the fact that the black is going to be on the side cushion and out of the game pretty much until the end of a frame, you feel like. Because neither one of the players needs it for a total clearance, and therefore they're going to try and ensure they're going to be making their way through the pink and the blue, whilst using the ball colours if they have to on the top part of the table. And total points in the opening 6 frames that he scored 175. And the points that he's managed to score in the last 3 frames, this one being the 3rd one, 265, incredible stat there from Robertson. And well, it just shows you sometimes, you know, you think you're out of the game, all of a sudden you turn the page and bang, you're back here with a whole new level of performance. It's been exactly the story of Neil Robertson so far, as he gets the cue ball to be set up for the pink to be taken into the right corner, back level on points, and once again it is 4 frames each, 20 points each. But ultimately, advantage Robertson, but only for a split second, has made the mess of this one, I thought, without realising that he had a red travelling next to the cue ball. I thought he lost control of the cue ball and the white completely. And still has got 6 points advantage right now, and ultimately has got this difficult cut into the left corner. That's where the ball colours surely are going to come into play. And he needs to make sure whatever he does, he doesn't lose the cue ball right now. Because he doesn't need to give a cheap invitation away to his opponent. As he gets the red nicely, finds the perfect gap of the cue ball to go in between the yellow and brown. And this is surely, as I said previously, the shot that just sort of underlines and gives a very huge, well, very much a big emphasis on the way that Neil Robertson has managed to turn the page on his performance, and that was a brilliant positional play. Once again, something that he was struggling with. His safety play, his positional play, his pot success were all below average for a professional player. And he's managed to, well, turn this match around. And he's very close to making it to a 5-4 of a lead there. For the first time in the match, remember, he was 3-0 down. I mean, something that you never get tired of repeating there. And right now he's 13 points clear of this match. And the frame, average shot time, has gone from 28 seconds to 23 seconds. And yeah, Kyren Wilson, well, has been steady on 22 seconds. But I'm not going to say that that's had a positive impact on the pot success for him. And well, unfortunately, probably too early to say that, but that Kyren Wilson back to form has probably lasted for a match and a half, and then he's back down to struggling there, whether it's down to the equipment, whether it's down to some external factors, but he was brilliant against Xiaowei throughout the majority of the match. He was brilliant at the start of the match against Neil Robertson, but right now he looks to be a sitting duck. Well, literally, not quite a duck, but of course sitting literally in his chair throughout the majority of the last couple of frames. And yeah, Robertson all of a sudden finds himself dominating the majority of those stats, ahead by 24 points, and having 59 at the table. That mistake, as you always thought he was going to be, despite Robertson still having so much to do. In the meantime, he looks to have done all the damage here to Kyren Wilson, and well, Robertson is going to have a massive stretch in terms of if he tries to go for a century break. Probably not possible, and probably not even something that you should worry about anyway. And right now ahead of 31 points, still 51 remaining. And he can try and guide the red into the left corner, getting the cue ball to bounce away from the left side. Of course, the century talk was pure fantasy. Has to be making it 4 frames on the bounce here, Robertson. And incredible that you're able to go from 4-1 down to 5-4. I'm not sure if I said it, but I certainly didn't think that that was possible. For Wilson to lose 4 frames on the bounce just tells you sometimes, you know, when you lose touch of the way you hit those balls, and your opponent comes back to the table, he's able to dictate the run of play. But, whoa, I mean, this shot is going to be far more difficult than I expected it to be there from Robertson. And he's still able to strike it so beautifully, right into the center of the pocket. Quite far away from the red, though. The cue ball still placed onto the side cushion. Only needs this red, though, and he's going to be 39 points clear with 35 at the table. Will always get a shot at the pink. It's very straight, though. But once again, it's so smooth and perfectly into the heart of the pocket. It is Neil Robertson. Well, just probably technically away from 5-4, because I think Wilson will come back to the table if this pink is going to be missed. But it won't be missed because Neil Robertson doesn't miss post the 5th frame. He's ahead by 45 points, remaining of 35. So Wilson will come back to the table. But once again, it just feels like it is going to be just a matter of time until we see that number 5 next to Neil Robertson's name. And well, he has to come back right now. He has to fight for every single point that he can there, Wilson. But it's another great shot that Robertson is able to end the break with. And the breaks of 110, 107 and 65 are absolute sign of brilliance there from Robertson's point of view. Now it is going to be Wilson just trying to hang in there. Plays a couple of snookers here, but even if he gets a free ball at this stage, he needs it to be taking it with the pink, which is far from ideal. And also having the black out of position completely means that you've got 5 colours to try and land the cue ball in behind. And well, he's managed to do here now. And Robertson acknowledges the shot that he has to try and find himself facing with. Still think that he's going to be able to find his way out of this position. 2 cushion escape. Bulk line first onto the side cushion. And try and get himself lined up for that red to be taken away. And, well, didn't really get close to it. Doesn't want the cue ball to drop, though. And it's one of those snookers that actually is going to be able to catch Robertson unaware. So 41 points. That changes the picture slightly. It still doesn't help the fact that the black is massively out of position, but that won't help the fact very much till the end of this frame. And ultimately, Wilson is able to find one of those snookers. Maybe it's a sign that he can find 2 more there. And, well, he was very close to finding the second one. I think Robertson is going to be able to swerve around this one. May not even have the necessity to do that, as he plays for this red to be taken on the side. He's alright to leave it in open play, just doesn't want to leave it next to the collar, with an easy chance for Wilson to try and roll in behind of it. So then this red can be taken into the right middle, and Wilson just studying the opportunity that he's got up ahead of himself. And well, maybe if you take this one away, you're going to be able to try and do more damage on the black. But right now, well, that's what he's tried to do in terms of getting the cue close to the black. Not quite potting the red though. So still, he commits like he wants to try and get at least one more snooker on this red, and then he should be able to try and go for taking this red with, well, the pink at this stage is still going to be potable, and that will get Kyren Wilson in with a chance, because right now he's 41 points behind, so he can't afford to lose 1 point. So I think he's looking to land one snooker on the red, and then if he doesn't get a free ball out of that one, surely he's going to try and use the fact of yellow being so close to the brown to his advantage. But for now, you've got another difficult snooker lined up on Robertson. Well, I say it's difficult. It's not easy. There's not a real way to swerve around the green, and the red is quite far away from the cushion. Well, I mean, I say there's not a clear way to swerve around the green. Robertson feels like there is. And wow, I mean, this could be an absolute killer for Wilson. I don't know if that was planned. I don't think there was a hand of apology there from Robertson. He is absolutely on fire. And if you're able to pot shots like that, there's nothing that can stop you from winning this match at all. No matter whether you're 5-0 down, 3-0 down, or 4-1 down. I mean, that was absolutely brilliant there from Robertson. Not only to make the red, but actually take it into the corner pocket. It shows you in snooker, you can never give up. And you can never take a good gap like 3-0 or 4-1 for granted, because there's always someone that is able to turn that gap against you. And right now, it is Neil Robertson just one frame away from making it into the semi-final under the most bizarre circumstances. Well, I mean, it's not quite going to be the perfect comeback of Weezer against Watchalong in terms of that was from 4-0 down. But when it comes to the stage and the matter of the tournament, that was last 16 of China International Championship. This one is going to be in the quarterfinal of a Triple Crown event at the Masters. And, well, for all the history that this tournament has got with Kyren Wilson in a negative way already, in terms of him not being able to win any of the finals they reached, it looked like he was going to be in the last 4. Doesn't look like it now. It looks like a match to lose for Neil Robertson right now. That was the case for Wilson on very much some of the early frames. Well, I'd say early 5th, 6th, even 7th frame when he was 4-0. Unless he was going to be a massive breakthrough from Wilson's point of view, he was always going to be heading the same direction. And that was towards the Australia, away from England, despite us being in London. Very much since that 5th frame, it's all been going the wrong way there for Wilson. And, well, it's not too late for him to try and do another reverse guard on Robertson. But you just feel like there's going to be one too many twists there for that to be the case. And winning those 2 frames is going to be way more challenging than Wilson has found winning the opening frames that got him into that 4-1 lead. This time around, both players stay in the arena. So just waiting for the frame number 10 to begin. And, well, surely as it stands, it is just a matter of time until it is going to be Neil Robertson to take it away from Wilson. But maybe Kyren has got one more thing to say about it. He stays back to the table. Sometimes it's going to be a positive thought for you when you have got the break shot to try and be in complete charge of the frame, because you do have that ability to try and force your opponent into an error and just put him into a bit of trouble straight away. I think this break shot is going to dictate the way this frame is going to go, but not necessarily. I think it can go wrong from Wilson's point of view, but I don't actually think that if he gets himself in with a clear chance, which we've seen in frame number 9, unfortunately, you know, he's managed to get 20 points on the board, but that was it. And what followed was a brilliant clearance of 65 points from Robertson, which was a great answer to all the people saying that. Of course, at some point during the stream, incredibly, People were saying that he was a cheat, that he was throwing the match on purpose. Guess where you are now? Won't be saying this right now with 9 frames gone. Has been a massive and a brilliant turnaround from Robertson's point of view, and Wilson has to try and do a similar sort of thing for himself. As well, he's not going to do it with shots like that, surely. Just a matter of time and he was out of the tournament, and it is sad to watch. But Robertson was on this part of the game at the start of it, and of course it's not where you start, it's where you finish. And Kyren Wilson nearly finishing at the left corner of the table. I think he would have actually preferred that to be the case, rather than leaving such an easy shot for an opener for Neil Robertson. And I mean, sometimes there's going to be pressure, and that probably is the only hope for Wilson right now, for Robertson to try and crumble when he reaches the finish line. He's got a very difficult position to make his way through right now. Barely a red available after the colour that he takes on. He's got black available, he's got blue available. He's got one of the, well, basically the lowest red of the bunch that he can try and take into the right corner. But apart from that, don't think he's got anything of the 13 remaining reds. And he's tried to not waste any time at all. And with the way this match has gone recently, I think he's going to land on at least 5 of those reds. Not quite the case. Let's see if he's got one into the left corner. Because this could be, well, be the shot that takes him over the finish line in sort of 15 shots or so. Yes, the only way about making that shot stick is going to have to be the power that you play with, because if you just try and nudge that red onto the left corner, you're not going to be able to get the outcome that you want. Therefore, you want that red to travel far away, and, well, the cue will travel, really. You want the red to travel towards the pocket, but you want the cue ball to bounce away from the black ball cushion, and, I mean, the black is not going to be possible in any of the pockets apart from the left corner, but that's not really going to be an easy way for the cue ball to make it this far. The blue is covered up from the left-hand side, so it has gone slightly wrong there, and unfortunate for Robertson, because as much as he's on a red, I mean, he's going to have to find incredible cue power to get himself on the colour. His best chance may well be trying to play for the ball colours here, because the pink is out of the game. The black only pots into one of the pockets, so does the blue. And therefore he's going to be... You won't win it with a shot like that. What shot? You don't describe it. I think you need a bit of training in the fundamental. No, I think I did, Joseph. Fair comment, but I think I did explain it afterwards. I say that he's nearly gone, sort of send the cue ball into the jaws of the pocket, and it would have actually been better for him to leave the cue ball to go in off there. That wasn't the case, and now Robertson is back in the game. So 7 points advantage now for Neil, as he was just about able to send the cue ball to the top part of the table. He's still not going to be perfect though on this black into the left corner. He's got a bit of distance, as the cue ball's going to be slightly too close onto the side cushion. Now that he's got the backspin to try and apply on the white, and it just about rolls the black in. And in the end, he was always going to be able to hold it together for the red being so close to the right corner, as long as I should say. He's not going to have the black in the way. The referee having a very close look at this one, and well, Robertson doesn't seem to be too happy about it. Yeah, Robertson just asking for the black to be respotted again, and Robertson doesn't seem to be having that one. And the referee just making sure that he's going to be able to put the black perfectly, and you can see that the crowd have realised that this is going to be putting the black in the way of that red, and well, it looked like it was going to be the break to finish it off there for Robertson. In the end, it is going to be a safety shot to make his way through, you would think, because he's got absolutely nothing apart from that red. You know, he's going to be compromised with the black if he tries to go up the table there with the cue ball. And if the black wasn't there, you could make an argument that the red could have been played into the left middle, with the black being in the way of the cue ball. He has to just try and find a safety shot, which is not going to be an easy task anyway, because he can't afford to be sending the cue ball to the top part of the table because of the red that he was originally playing for being covered up. And 14 point advantage, so that's the first of the breaks of Neil Robertson since the frame number 6 that it's not going to reach the value of 65 points. Of course, remember, he made back-to-back centuries in the 7th and 8th frames. Has gone on to make a break of 65 points in the 9th frame to take him over the edge and finally be leading in this quarterfinal for the first time. Now it is Wilson looking to try and get this shred to the top part of the table here. Of course, eliminate the danger has to be the priority. Get the cue ball as close to the black ball cushion as he can. And he's played the shot really well, to be fair. Because if you limit the backspin opportunity for this shot, you're going to have a very difficult life for Robertson, because he can't afford to be bringing the cue ball to the top part of the table unless he plays the shot perfectly and ensures that the red at the top part of the table is not visible there for Wilson to be taken on into either left or right middle. I think that's exactly what he's studying on right now. If he puts it perfectly in behind the brown, in terms of if he still leaves it on the cushion, it doesn't have to be in behind the brown, but in terms of the position in relation to all the colours, if he puts it behind that spine of black, pink, blue and the brown, which is what he's tried, and I think it's a bloody good effort, and it's a really good effort, to be fair, from Robertson, and he manages to find himself, well, just a couple of seconds ago, he was in a bit of trouble. And now he's going to have Kyren Wilson in all sorts of trouble now. He's going to have a difficult shot to make his way through, to say the least. And maybe just get the cue ball to be lined up on the black ball cushion again. But, you know, he's not going to have the perfect action on it. In terms of, you know, if you just put the cue ball on it, he's still going to have that backspin available for Robertson. And, well, that's a brilliant long shot, to be fair. And it looked like Wilson was going to be out of this match. It doesn't seem to be now. He got himself at least a chance and a lifeline to try and hold on to. These black to be taken into the left corner, with still very much an angle that will be against Wilson. But if he makes it, all of a sudden, he can try and actually turn the page here. And, you know, forget about that miss in the previous frame. Get it to a decider, and then it's anyone's game for the taking. And I think Wilson, after losing 4 frames on the bounce, will certainly take that, but I still think that we are going to have at least one more twist in this frame at least. And not even going to talk about the decider. We've seen so much action from the two players in the opening 9 frames. And it's going to be all about the action here for Wilson's point of view, as he's now 6 points behind. So just looking to see if he's going to have the red into the left or the right corner to be taken into. And yeah, if he takes it really nicely there, just has to make sure he's going to be able to get the cue ball to get past. And he was able to do so. So gets himself lined up for the yellow or the blue to be taken. And yeah, he got a bit fortunate though with the previous kiss. Now 5 points clear. He's Robertson, but still going to have, 11 reds very much at the disposal of Kyren Wilson. That still doesn't seem like he's going to be desperate for those opportunities. He's been quite patient with the previous couple of frames. He was very frustrated after missing the black of the spot like that in the 9th frame. But if he makes it to a decider, I say that he's done pretty well for himself, especially after losing 4 frames on the bounce. It is now 3 points of a difference in between the players. And he has to try and take all the time in the world in between those shots. He's not going to care about having the better average time on the shot clock here. He has to make sure he manages to use all of the mistakes manner in the previous couple of frames. And just needs 2 flawless frames. Easier said than done. But if he's able to find them, then all that comeback of Robertson could still be down to absolutely nothing. Of course, remember, Robertson was able to do something similar to that Wilson is trying to do on him in the match against Ronnie O'Sullivan in that final, where Robertson was leading 7-2. He found himself somehow 9-8 down, and still needed 2 of those frames to be won there against the greatest player of all time, Ronnie O'Sullivan. And despite it being very much the underdog at that stage of the match, he was able to do so and claim, well, for the time being, the most expensive tournament, certainly the ranking event-wise, of the season here. And getting 500,000 of prize money and ranking points on the board. Very much decent money there for the second tournament on the calendar. Once again, I mean, I say that Wilson doesn't have to care about the average shot time right now, but he seems to be taking it to extreme level, and sometimes when you overthink those shots, you can be taking it to very much just compromising yourself there, just overthinking stuff. He seems to be taking on 40 seconds per shot there, despite it being such a straightforward way to make his way through. But, I mean, I think he was going to avoid taking the black on for a while just to put that pressure behind him. He's missed easier black than that in the previous frame and has to try and get this one straight into the heart of it. That'll help. Manages to do so with power. Of course, the question will have to be asked to himself after the match. Why hasn't he done it in the frame number 8, or frame number 9? But now he's still in there with a shout. He's going to have to try and focus that later on. Takes the red nicely along the line into the left corner diagonally. Now then, he's on the black to the right corner. He can try and go for this red into the right middle for the time being. And, well, he's got a couple of options to make his way through. As long as I say, he's not going to have any more of weird mistakes like that, like we've seen, unforced errors. Doesn't seem to be too happy, though. He's straight on his black, which I actually thought was going to be playing to his advantage. But he doesn't seem to be settling for that red to be taken into the right middle. So clearly something seems to be off there. I mean, he's marginally down at his black, which means that he's going to be pushing the cue ball down the table, not up, which is going to compromise even more. And he's gone for an option of topspin, so clearly something's going to be wrong with taking that backspin shot on. Rattles a black on. He plays it well enough, though. And he's going to be in there with a shout. So clearly was trying to avoid forcing the black on. And that may still clearly be at the back of his mind. So you're going to have this red into the left middle taken here. So if you play the cue ball with just about enough backspin, you're going to be able to get it through into a gap. And once again, this is more like it from Wilson, like we've seen in the opening 3 or 4 frames. Just has to ensure he gets himself over the line. He's 17 points clear. He's got 83 points still remaining at the table. And if he gets the black in, should be able to force the cue ball to the top part of the table here. He's got one more free red to try and make his way through. And, well, sometimes, you know, when you're just one frame away from glory, it can take some time for you to get over the line. And just how important that millimetre of the black being in the way of the red, so close that Neil Robertson was asking the referee to respot the black. It could still prove to be a very important shot indeed. And he was all about the black in the frame number 5. On the frame number 4, I should say, where it was the black to win the frame and take it into a 4-0 of a gap for Kyren Wilson to try and hold on to. It was the black that was in the way of Neil Robertson, continuing that break of 14 points, which for that time looked like he was going to be able to do. Same thing that Wilson's doing right now. And could we see a much deserved decider for the two players? I think, well, both of them deserve it. Wilson deserves it for the 4 brilliant frames that he's won. He's looking to win the 5th one right now. And Robertson deserves for 4 frames being won on the bounce there. 2 of them quite, well, 1 of them quite scrappy. 2 of them brilliant century breaks. And another one with a break of 65 points to do all the damage quite earlier on there to Wilson. He's now able to find the first 50-plus break, which I can remember since the interval. No, he's had one more to take in 4-1 there. So, second one since the interval. Certainly not the greatest performance of his own. But he won't care about it. And as I say, I mean, you talk about a mistake from Robertson on the positional play on the red. But what a shot that was for a long shot. For him to be in with a shout there. I mean, I know that pink to be on the black for the 4th frame was brilliant. But, I mean, especially with the cue ball being on the cushion. One of those do-or-die shots. And he was able to make it. Now he's 39 points clear. 59 to the table. Take the blue into the right middle. And get the cue ball to get down the table here. And 44 points now is going to be the advantage. So he needs 2 more of those reds to be eliminated for him to be comfortably in the zone of taking the match to a much deserved decider, as I say, for the 2nd time in the Masters campaign after the brilliance of John Higgins and Jousington. And yeah, just looking to check the audio there. Wilson clearly wasn't happy with someone doing something there. And the referee just saying that, can we make sure that we can keep the noise down, whatever it was. But, I mean, it could not have happened on a better shot, to be fair, because it was one of the simplest shots into the middle that you can possibly imagine there for Wilson. He's got slightly more of a difficult shot to make his way through now. It's the yellow, with the cue ball being sent into the left side cushion and getting over into the red to be taken. Ooh, wobbled. Wasn't quite as confident as the previous one, and still dropped in though. That's always going to matter. Certainly beyond the squeaky bomb time. It's all about nerves being, and the tensions be at their peak. Levels here, as we're about to enter, surely the deciding points of the match. And I say that for a reason, because if he makes this red in, and he does, into the right corner, it's not just the deciding point of the match, it is the deciding frame to decide, pardon the pun, on who's going to be the winner of this incredible quarterfinal. Is it going to be the story to remember for Neil Robertson, and still putting this frame as a one-off ever since the interval, and still completing that comeback from being 4-1 down back to 6-5 at the end? Or is it going to be Kyren Wilson with... I mean, it's really difficult to put it into words just how difficult sometimes it can be for the players to be losing 4 frames on the bounce and still have the incredible determination and the game levels like that to be taking a frame from their opponent, as Wilson is able to get another red and a black combination. Gets himself for the black to be taken. And as he plays it into the right corner, 84 points. Seems to have plenty to spare. Maybe he can pour out some time. Hey, listen. It's all a bit of fun and games, but as I say, if you are here and you don't like to be here, then I think it's a bit of a weird thing for you to do. As I say, I don't really remember me to force you to be here. And if you don't want to be here, that's absolutely fine. Don't want to say a word to you. And you can just enjoy your life. As I say, nobody's asking you to be here. And there's always a nice little red cross for you to click at the top right part of your screen. And you can always come back here later if you want to. But certainly going to be enjoying this brilliant century break there being made by Kyren Wilson's point of view. He's got this blue to be taken to get ever closer to the century break. As he gets it in, he's going to be lined up for the pink into the left corner. 98 points there scored for him. And it could be the 3rd century of his performance. And of course it will be the 5th one of the match. And what a high scoring quarter-final this has been. Probably worthy of a final to say the least. And it's a brilliant clearance of 111 points there from Wilson. And right now, it is going to be 5 frames each. Robertson should have won this frame. Absolutely. Well, yeah, come on. You were the one. Like, it's a bit of a weird people chat right now, because you were the one that was saying that he was throwing the matches, about to go 4-0 down. And yet, when he finds himself 5-4 up, he seems to finally turn it on the negative somehow, which... yeah, I think, sometimes, like Gunther Steiner said in The Drive to Survive, enough is enough. Now then, we are about to witness a very, very interesting final frame here of this matchup, and it's the quarterfinal in between Kyren Wilson and Neil Robertson. By the way, before the frame starts, you just have to say massive shout out to both of the players. They have put on a great show for the fans, and the Alexandra Palace certainly have... all the fans behind the cameras, behind the TV, and all on the seats have managed to make the most out of this one. And it's been worthy of a semi-final, certainly, and maybe even of a final appearance. And he was always going to deliver when he was the world number 2 against the world number 3. The top 3 seeded players after the reigning champion has been knocked out. Both have got a bit of history with the Masters. 2 finals for Wilson, being quite younger than Robertson. And when it comes to Neil himself, he managed to make 4 finals, managed to win 2 of those in 2012 and 2022, and one of them is going to have a great opportunity to visit the final stage once more, and they're going to be through to the last 4 stage here, but the question remains to be seen. Who is going to join Wu Yize that has been, well, probably sitting in the hotel watching this match with popcorn, because he is going to be enjoying this one, because... whoever he's going to be up against him, he's certainly going to deliver the show for the fans. But also, I think it's going to be quite tiring for either one of them. Because if Robertson makes the comeback like that, sometimes you can say, when you leave your best game in the previous round, it's going to be very difficult for you to try and replicate that. As we still wait for the players to come back to the arena. Well, listen, sometimes it's, as I say, enough is enough. And yeah, really excited for this one. And was quite unfortunate to miss the match in between John Higgins and Jousington. I've seen the decider in full, and I still think that it was quite opportunistic there from the player from China, from the Cyclone. They call him world champion for a reason. They call him the Cyclone, I should say, for a reason. He's the world champion of last season as well. But I think that red to be taken into the green pocket in a decider, when you can always leave that one on, and all the 6 colours were available, was slightly stupid, if I'm perfectly honest with you. But that's the style of his game. And I would be very much surprised if we're going to witness similar sort of thing here from Kyren Wilson or Neil Robertson's point of view. And yeah, we are going to be going the distance right now. It is Kyren Wilson making his way back onto the arena. I'm pretty sure Neil Robertson has done that himself a couple of seconds ago. And the match that has delivered beyond all realms of expectations. Are we going to see another twist in the tail? And is it going to be... I mean, if I was to call this one, I've got absolutely no clue. I'm just going to go with Wilson because, you know, we've seen it with Joey Long against Mark Cullen. Joe was able to come back from all these frames down, and he was leading 1 frame there, just 1 frame away from glory. Mark Cullen managed to win 2 on the bounce. Same with Ronnie O'Sullivan. Neil Robertson managed to win two frames on the bounce. Similar sort of thing with, I think it was Judd Trump against Jack Lisowski, and Jack was still able to find his way onto the maiden ranking event title. And I think it is going to be Robertson to try and taste a bit of his own medicine there, doing that at the Saudi Arabian Masters. It is now going to be done at the Ali Pali, at the Masters of 2026. The tournament that has been pretty slow to try and develop some brilliant action. Both players have had a brilliant start to this campaign of the first round matches, 6-2 against Si Xiaowei and Chris Wakeley respectively, but only one of them can make the last 4, and Neil Robertson is about to get us underway for the 11th and the final time here. 4 hours since the match has started, but I have to say, I feel more alive than at the start of it. It is super exciting times for the neutral, and that's why you love the game. You never know who's going to win, and you also never know what to expect from the next shot or so. It's a decent shot there from Robertson, but I think if the black would have been freed up, Wilson certainly would have tried to go for the red, taken into the right corner. I think just doing it right now with the black being covered up by the red means very little there for him. Deciding frame win when it comes to this season, 67% for Kyren Wilson and 62% for Neil Robertson. So Wilson has got the minor edge on that, but straight away that edge might be giving away there for him because he takes the long shot, he misses it. Hasn't given anything easy though to Robertson, and you can see that he feels like that certainly was very close for it to drop in. He was leaving the cue ball very close to the ping to be taken into the left middle as well, so he had that opportunity. And in the end, Robertson is able to go for this red to be taken into just the top part of the table, send it back down. The cue ball lined up nicely onto the ball cushion, but he should have had that red way further away from the pocket. And unless the yellow is in the way of the cue ball, which the arm of the referee and Wilson being so close to try and go for it clearly suggests that he isn't. Wilson has got the first opportunity, and he should be taking this red in. He has. Where's the cue ball? It's nicely going for the ball colours. He's going to have the selection of brown or yellow to make the white down the table here. Try and get it sent for the lower part of it. Now then, if he tries to play the shot with enough power, he should be able to get himself lined up for a couple of more of loose reds to try and take out off the left side cushion. I don't think he's going to have the angle or the force of the cue power to try and get the cue ball into the main pack of reds right now. He doesn't need to. He's got a couple of loose reds to try and make his way through as he scores 5 points on the break here. And it is now the secret 5. It is 5 frames each, and it is 5-point score there for Wilson. I think, as far as I'm aware, the only shot that he missed from the rest. No, well, it's not the only shot that he missed because it was 94%. It's now 91%, so he certainly missed a couple of more of those. But he's not going to miss this red into the right corner. Although, I mean, it does seem to be hanging on to a handful of points here. Doesn't seem to be getting the positional play that he wants to. And he can try and go for the green. But he's going to be running out of loose reds at this point. And the green is not really going to do the job for him anyway, because of it being slightly pushing the cue ball to the top part of the table rather than the bottom part of it. Now, if you try and take the blue into the right corner, you will put a bit of action on the cue ball, get it closer to the red, but also put a lot more pressure on Kyren Wilson. He's able to sustain the pressure for now, though. 3 hours of pure match play and action time. Of course, 4 hours since the match has started, so you take the 15 minutes intermission and all the breaks in between those 11 frames here. And after a 3-0 lead, 4-1 lead, who would have thought that Wilson would be trying to scrape up for those desperate points in his hunt for the 11th frame right now. As he takes the red. Ooh, I mean, he was taking the red on, and you can see in the background, Neil Robertson was so keen to get himself out of his chair, and he was a miss once again there from Wilson. As he takes this red into the left corner. Was very close there, but not close enough. Quarterfinal, 75% of a rest spot success, 9 out of 12. He managed to make all 12 in the first round. But of course, different circumstances. He was cruising through to victory in the last point of the match against Si Jiahui. Wasn't really challenged pretty much since the middle part of it, with Si taking a frame or two. And yeah, you can see the intention there from Robertson, clearly trying to send the cue ball and use it as a chance of the red being so close to the pocket, of just trying to get it right in the mix of all the reds. And yet wasn't quite the case there, with the cue ball missing the entire bunch. And leaving himself pretty much alongside the brown on the bulk line. And is he able to make a contact now? No, he's not. So he gets the brown in, so gets 4 points on the board. But as he now, well, as both players now eliminate 3 reds out of the way, we're still going to have 12 of those to make our way through. And 6 points in it. Robertson just looking to see the way that he has to take the shot on. It was still a good shot there for him, in terms of it was really difficult brown for him to land in the pocket, and just not quite enough of the spin there that he was applying off the side cushion for the cue ball to try and bounce away onto the main bunch of those reds. So going to take a bit of time for this to settle. And Robertson pushing the cue ball closer to the combination of all of those reds. I mean, nearly, as I say, Robertson did have a bit of a nervous look as he was walking away from the table. I mean, if he played the shot with slightly more power, could have had a red to leave out there to Wilson, which surely would have been one of the biggest blunders of the match so far. Still could have been such a different story if Wilson was able to get one of those blacks in, one of the spot, in frame number 9. And one of them, of course, was in frame number 4 for him to go 4-0 clear for the match. And in the end, wasn't quite the case there. And after a bit of a safety battle back and forward, we're able to witness a straightforward shot from Neil Robertson to take it into the middle pocket. And, ooh, nearly another twist there, because Neil Robertson was trying to brush that red closer to the right corner. Took a minor hit on the way, and caught one of the other reds for it to be even closer to the pocket, but in the end still stays out, and ultimately stays out just about far enough there from the pocket for it not to be playable from Kyren Wilson. And in fact, I don't think he's going to try and touch it anytime soon, because of how close the red is going to be to the black ball cushion. And, well, I mean, I say that, and yet Wilson is going to try and go for it right now, but, I mean, he has to play with very thin contact on the edge. That's not what he's tried. That's not what he's done, sorry. And he's lucky. He's very, very, very lucky there. And I was saying that he's lucky because of the way that the cue ball and the red has gone onto top part of the table. Had the contact on the red, and the pink would have been different. He could have left an easy chance there for Robertson, but instead he nearly landed a snooker there on Neil in behind the yellow. So that's why I was saying very lucky multiple times there, because as the cue ball was travelling to the top part of the table, the luck of Wilson on that shot was increasing by a split second there. But is he able to get through to this red? Because if he is, he can try and take it with a long shot. He was. Brilliant shot once again there from Robertson, and The long pot success for Robertson has to be one of the best that we've seen in the entire season when it comes to the entire tournament. Long pot success, 88% there from Robertson on 11 frames basis. That is incredible. Finds himself 5 points back. He's going to be able to bring that down to just 2 points. If he gets the green onto the green pocket here. And, well, ideally, would have liked to see more of an angle on the cue ball because he's going to have a difficult shot here in terms of trying to get it off the side cushion. Come on, man, I bet on Neil. Well, it depends on the scoreline, but it would have been a really good thing for the odds there when he was 4-1 down. Not so much when he was winning 5-4. And, well, of course, it's a dangerous thing there, but you have to make sure you do it at the time of the odds being in your favour. Not when it's going well for the opponent that you actually think is going to win the entire match here. But shot time is more than a minute for what you feel like is going to be a straightforward yellow or green to be taken. Let's go Robert, says Jordan. That's more like it. If you're going to support either Kyren or Neil, there's nothing wrong with that, but make sure you respect the other party. And, well, I mean, it's taken more than 90 seconds now on the shot, which, I mean, I get why it's taking 90 seconds, but I don't really understand what Neil was trying to find a way for. I mean, clearly, he has to go for the yellow. That's what he's doing here. So, off the bulk, onto the sides of the right-hand side of the table, then off the left, and then try and get himself positioned for the left part of the table to be taking the red onto. That's not what he's tried, though. And it's a decent effort, as long as one of those reds underneath the main bunch is going to go. And it does, just about. The black is going to be covered up by a handful of those reds, though. So the cue ball needs to get past the black ball cushion and try and make his way up the table there for the blue to be taken. So Neil Robertson still very much back in the hunt here. 3 points down, 115 points to try and make the way through here for the players. Taking a long time on those shots, but understandably so. One mistake, and it could be all over, especially with us entering the last 10 reds here. And, well, I say the last 10 reds. Once again, he's done it again there, Robertson. I think he's managed to get 2 reds at the same time. Still waiting for the confirmation of that being the case. And certainly has managed to do so, but that's played a bit of a bad thing there to Robertson because I think he was trying to get the cue ball past those, past the second red and get it lined up for the blue. Instead, he's eliminated 2 of those and a break of 4 points. He's going to turn into a break of 5 points instead with 3 reds and a yellow taken there. So that's not necessarily the way that you want to go on about your break building skills. But he still leaves it very much in there with a chance. 11 points to 10. Frame number 11. More than 4 hours since the match has started. And, well, I mean, there is sort of a glimpse of a plan which you can be looking at if you're Kyren Wilson. But with him clearly taking another route there. He's taken a quick look at it and he's gone against it. But he's played a wonderful safety shot once again there. Whatever you say about the safety battle, it has been very much on top for both of the parties. You know, we've had Wilson dominate the safety of the opening part of the match. But even when he's been struggling for pot success, he's been really steady when it comes to just not leaving anything easy to his opponent. That certainly was the case on this shot again. Gets the cue ball onto the top part of the spine here. And in behind the brown. Tell you what, if this was a Sunday, it could have stayed up for the Australian Open Grand Slam at the rate like this. It's nearly midnight in the UK. And, well, the fans are certainly going to be getting all the worth of money for it because, remember, it's a weekend tomorrow. So they won't be worried about too much. Well, majority of them are getting back to work. As the first attempt is going to be missed there from Robertson. So that's going to give 4 points away to Kyren Wilson. And he's certainly going to try and get himself back into the rhythm here, Robertson. I'm not sure. Well, I am sure now because I had a double look at it. He's certainly not going to apply 3 miss rule to this one from Robertson. So he can't really take too many of those risks. But it's a perfect shot there, played from the second attempt. The cue ball is going to go perfectly on the ball cushion. And that is one of the best snooker escape shots that you're going to see in the entire tournament. Top class there from Robertson. Despite him still giving 4 points away there, he could not have played a better shot like this, and you could give 20 points like that. And if your shot on number 6 is going to be like this, it's all going to be worth it. Because it's really hard to describe how difficult it is going to be for one of the players to ensure that the safety remains on the top part. But, I mean, even that hasn't stopped Kyren Wilson from taking the long red on, but I still think he's going to be slightly unlucky with the way the cue has gone to the top part of the table. Incredible stuff that we're seeing now. Both of the players certainly leaving the best of their games to last. That's going to be very much the case with Robertson. And with Wilson doing the same thing in frame number 10. He's got the chance of trying and cut this green. Has he managed to make contact with the main bunch though? He hasn't. So just getting out and edging out those points there in relation to Robertson. But still, with the cue ball being so far away from the main bunch, it is very much anyone's frame for the taking. As he was at the start of it. 9 points in it, 91 at the table. You could not have a better setup than this. One of the closest deciders that we've seen already, especially when it comes to the business part of the tournament. We haven't seen too many of those in the quarterfinals or, you know, the semi-finals either. I've seen a couple of deciders in the finals, and those have been really, really close there. But one thing that actually springs to mind there has to be that Saudi Arabia Masters. Ronnie O'Sullivan against Kyren Wilson. And of course, Wilson was leading by 5 frames to 3. Ronnie was able to come back and get himself into the decider and eventually get himself onto the battle with someone like Neil Robertson in the final. And sort of making that little revenge on Wilson for the Shanghai Masters defeat earlier. It's back to Robertson he goes now. Don't think Wilson's played too good of a safety shot now. With the long pot success like 88% there. Robertson is going to fancy his chances to go for this. No, he doesn't. I mean, surely he's going to try and go for another option here. He can't just be refusing a red like that without going for an alternative. That's exactly what he's done. Just using the better cue ball trajectory and the line for it to go up the table. He's managed to do it really nicely there. Getting the touch of the brown for the cue ball to stop and basically put the handbrake on it. He's got the chance of taking this yellow into the left middle. It is very tight. And we've seen Salgadon miss a very similar brown like this, which ultimately cost him the frame. Because the only alternative with that match is going to have to be the similar position to the shot. But Robertson just going for the smart shot, you have to say, in the end. It doesn't need to be taking those risks. And just gets the cue ball in behind the yellow. So another red eliminated. And it is going to be back to Kyren Wilson. Needs to make his way out of this situation. And he's going to give some of those points back to Robertson here. Because had to make sure that he wasn't going to give a free ball away. And with him catching the brown on the way back, it doesn't really impact massively the way that this frame is going to go. Just taking a bit of time for the referee to try and get the brown on its spot. So just making sure that everything is going to be perfect there because, you know, you need the brown to be in the perfect spot in case the cue ball is going to be heading up the table and landing behind it for it to be a free ball case or something like that. Marcel Kiefer and the Rob Spencer just making sure that they're going to be placing the brown with a perfect manner. So, yeah, he's going to have attempt number 2 there coming up there, Wilson. So only I think the second time that we've seen him give away foul points to Neil Robertson. And I think Wilson just saying that he needs slightly closer with the cue ball. So just asking to double check the white. So a bit of a delay. And come on, Wilson. So Michel for a bit of a contrast to come on, Robert shouts. As I say, I bet it's horrible to be watching this one in terms of if you've got a horse in the race. But for me as a neutral, this has been an absolute joy to be part of. Wilson, come on. Yes, good. That's 2-on-2 now. Wilson has got another opportunity to try and find his way out of a snooker here. So off the right side. And 2-cushion escape. Closer. Ooh, super close. But that's going to be bringing us level on points here. So 19 points each. And, well, all to play for. Of course, it's still advantage Robertson because it is Kyren Wilson that has to try and find himself out of the snooker situation. And so giving out twice as many foul points in this snooker alone than he's done in the entire match previously in all of the 10 frames. Only doing that once, I think, where he's dropped the cue ball onto the yellow pocket. That really hasn't given too much for Neil Robertson to try and cheer on, because I think that was one of the frames that was still comfortably won by Kyren Wilson. But this could be another matter, and he's still nowhere near those reds. And in fact, I think that the second shot, which I seen him closest to those reds, was a reasonable shout, and the first and third attempts have been quite far away from the target. They stem around. It is 4 points advantage here for Robertson. So has been a bit of a mix and match there in terms of Wilson had the earlier edge by 2 points. Then Robertson managed to find his way back and gave away a couple of foul points. Wilson ahead, then Robertson ahead. And once again, attempt number 4 this time. Wilson needs to get closer to those reds, but still in the way that the cue ball is not going to be forced into too much pressure there. And, well, it's about as much as he could have done there, Wilson, but I still think it's not going to be enough to shut down the Australian machine of long shots. Certainly the way that this has gone so far in this match. But the pressure is going to be mounting on Neil. And that's why he's missed it. Surely, if it was in frame number 8, he would have made that shot stick. And, well, late drama again. Has he left this red over the middle? Has he managed to get away with this one? The red has gone all the way along the side cushion. And he's left this one on there. But, I mean, I say he's left this one on. He can get through to it. Is he going to be able to cut this one? It's a very thin cut. And has to just try and nudge it, but can't afford to miss it. And he's able to get it. Now then, where's the cue ball going to finish? He needs the position on the green. It looks like he's going to get it. Well, maybe even on the yellow here. No, he's fine on the green. He's fine on the green there, Wilson. Another point. Another red taken out there. And remember, 5 of the reds, well, certainly 4 of the reds on the lower part of the table are all playable. The colours are going to be compromised. One of the reds is going to be tucked in to the blue. One more to the pink. But it's going to be 1 point in it if the yellow is going to disappear into the green pocket. And, well, just incredible decider right now for us to be witnessing here. For this yellow to disappear into the green pocket. Nicely played there by Wilson, because he manages to get enough traction on the cue ball to still have the ability to try and play this shot for the black. Of course, has to check once again to realise where the black is going to be placed on. Whether he's going to have to go back on this spot. And plays another beautiful shot there in the meantime. Getting that red and pink to separate away from each other. Now then, it is going to be 23 points each. 67 points at the table. The match is far from over, because those 4 reds, even if they're taken, well, I mean, scratch that. If those 4 reds are going to be taken with the black, plus the black that he's going to play on 4 right now, he's got enough points there, Wilson. So it's not looking too good for Team Aussie right now. And Robertson's looking at the scoreboard right now in the background. He knows that that's going to be the story there for him. 1 more red is going to be covered up by the blue. That was always going to be quite tricky to get into the open play because of it being quite far away from the action zone. But as I say, barring snookers for Robertson, Wilson is not going to need that. As long as he takes the remaining 4 reds, barring the last one, with the black and the pink combinations. Ideally with the black, just get yourself as many points as possible. But in the meantime, if you've got the choice of playing for position or points, always choose position at this stage, because, you know, get over the line first, and then you're always going to have that extra shot to try and maybe get that red into more of an open play. I'm certainly looking forward to the reaction. As I say, as a neutral, whichever way this match goes is going to be the heartbreak for the other party, and it's going to be an absolute delight for either Kyren Wilson or Neil Robertson. I mean, I said that Weezer was going to be emphatic about this one, but this may be just too much of a story for him to handle. I know he's been playing super well, but I feel like if snooker gods have one of these players to finally break through into the semi-final, surely it's not going to finish there at that stage. And they've got one more, at least one more incredible performance in them to take it to the last 2. because it'll be very difficult. I know that, as I say, Charlton against John Higgins was incredible, but I had some flukes along the way. This was pure power of the comeback from the Aussie. But it all come down to the next 5 shots or so for Kyren Wilson to make his way through. The black to be taken into the right corner. Didn't seem to be too happy with the way he's taken this one, with the Q movement that he's done after taking the shot on already. But he's still on this shred, and just 4 shots needed there, ahead by 22 points. You know, if he gets those, he's going to be 38 points, as long as he takes the red and the black combination 2 more times. 23 points clear, and it's looking better and better for Team Wilson. Just having to be wary of the pressure moments. He's the world champion, should be able to deal with them. But sometimes when you're ahead of such a great crowd, you know, it's the decider. It could come down to literally the last black. Has been the colour which he has missed before. It was the colour for him to go 4-0 up. And it looked like he missed it at 4-5 for it to be all over. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case now. I think we'll have better chance against Wilson. I'll be thinking about it in a couple of moments' time, because it's still 1 more shot left for Wilson to continue and, well, pretty much end the final comeback story of Neil Robertson. Yes, he's still going to have the opportunity to be trying to play for the snookers. And, well, Wilson clearly committed to just trying to take this black, try and get the QO as close to the red as possible. And, you know, if there was a thought in the back of his mind previously on a couple of those shots that he wants to try and get that red in open play, that certainly has disappeared, because he's done the main thing. He's now 38 points clear with 35 at the table, and now he can start, well, slowly to be thinking about the opposition for Weezer. And I think from my point of view, as it's an incredible shot there that Wilson has played, I mean, that's the way to end the break in style. The break of 42 points. That might just be the most important break of this season there for Wilson. And, well, once again, I'm going to have to make an apology there to him. I did say, when he was losing 4 frames on the bounce, I did say maybe a statement of Wilson being back to form was made too soon. But if you look in hindsight, he didn't make too many of those errors. It was 2 brilliant century breaks there by Robertson. And now, all of a sudden, when Wilson is on the horse, many players, many people, me included, are going to say, well, it was a mistake for us to think that. Snooker escape success, 56%, but this is going to be one of the more difficult shots. And for Wilson to try and land the cue ball so close to the brown, especially with the left part of the table being covered up by the blue, it is going to be a nasty snooker for Robertson to try and make his way through. And just how gutted must he be feeling if he's unable to somehow make this incredible comeback last even longer for him and take it away from Wilson. The cue ball is going to be sent to the ball cushion and to the right part of the table for what feels like maybe one last time. The cue ball, is he going to drop into the corner pocket? He won't. And of course, there's not going to be a miss roll applied to this one because of Neil Robertson not being close enough to catch Kyren Wilson. But it was Robertson that needed snookers, and in the end it is going to be Kyren Wilson getting snookers. So understandably, Robertson still doesn't want to concede this one. It's 2 snookers needed for the decider. He's come all this way to try and battle till the end. So surely he comes back to just trying to get this red into the corner pocket, which was something that Wilson has tried. And, well, he got the cue ball very close to the black there. I hope that the cue ball can see this red, because that will be super unfortunate there for Robertson. Had a couple of flukes earlier on in the match, but that didn't really influence any of the frame's outcome. So he's just looking to see if he's going to be able to, well, he needs to pot the red now. That's what he feels. Now gets the cue ball down the table, and all of that is going to be playing nicely in the hands of Kyren Wilson here, of course. I was rooting for Neil, but he deserved to lose. He missed every important ball. It's a fine line. I understand what you mean there. I was really disappointed with Ronnie when he was playing that comeback against Lisowski. And for all of that, for him to lose the decider, it can be really disappointing. But you have to say, if it's a player that you support, he should be trying to stick with them through the dark times. And he can be really proud of himself and the comeback that he's made. of coming back from 4-1 down to 5-4 up there. Of course, it was just one extra frame that it was needed, but it can always be. You've nothing to lose when you're coming back, basically, and it's always difficult to try and lead from the front, which is why front runners, which are able to maintain that gap, are always going to be dominating the sport. But don't write Neil Robertson out just yet, because he's just landed an absolute storm of a snooker, and this could be just about as dangerous as the one that Kyren Wilson lined up on him on the previous occasion. And he had all the chances to win and kept missing balls when it matters. The last frame that he missed cured the ball to win also. Well, that's sad though, because I understand the frustration, but still, you have to say it's been an incredible comeback for him to be in that position. And when you win 4 frames on the bounce, then surely you have to say that he's given his nuts off to try and be participating in his frame number 11. And he's still not out of this. 2 snookers needed. We've seen weirder things happened, especially at the Masters, especially in the decider, especially in between the 2 great players like this. Wilson taking all the time in the world, because remember, the line that he takes is going to be very much sort of making the shot dependent on the fact of he can still try and leave the free ball, which at this stage wouldn't really matter that massively, but you could still try and use that to your advantage of getting another snooker there. So more than 70 seconds taken here, because if you're not really familiar with the free ball rule, basically, when that red disappeared, it was a massive boost there for Wilson, because if you lined a free ball rule on the red still being in play, then you can score as much as to 8 points. With the yellow being in play, that's only 2 points, because you only have the value of the yellow being taken. With the red, it's the red itself, which can be used as any of the colours. And then you've got the colour after that red to be taken, due to the snooker rules. So now we approach 2 minutes since this last shot there from Neil Robertson, and Wilson there just saying that he's got absolutely no clue. Because remember, you have to make a genuine attempt to hit the yellow. And he's looking at all the lines there, 2 minutes in, and it still seems to be absolutely no way. So I'm just trying to figure this one out, and a bit of a look there on his face saying, well, let's try. I can't be here till tomorrow, because it's nearly tomorrow. 4.5 hours since the match has started. And with the way it's gone, and especially with Wilson taking 2 and a bit minutes per shot, we could be heading way into midnight. Doesn't want to leave the free ball. And yeah, I mean, he's left the cue ball in quite an awkward place there for Robertson, because of not being able to apply backspin. With the cue ball being so close to the left middle pocket, he's now behind by 30 points and 27 remaining. So the match is not over just yet. You can try and well, get this yellow in technically if he wants to, and then try and do all the damage on the green. Or instead, that's what he's trying to, get the cue ball in behind the green. Decent effort, not good enough. The yellow surely is going to be visible there for Wilson, but also, even if it wasn't, he would have been able to do it off the side cushion anyway. So Kyren still has to try and put that snooker behind him and focus on the positives. He hasn't got the ability to give a free ball away. So either make the yellow close to the right corner pocket, or try and put a decent safety of his own. He's gone for option number 2. And I can't say that he's played the shot badly, to be fair. But him trying to make sure that he's not going to give any sort of opportunity away to Robertson. As what Neil did there, not making red, is something that is annoying about, well, once again, redo it. I mean, you can't redo it, yeah, Sergi. Make him miss, and you can't redo it. It's too far away there. There's a misrule that if a player is unable to catch up with you, you can't just be putting players back and forward there. He had a good snooker. Now, you don't understand the rule. You're able to do so if the opponent is close enough to you. So, right now, there's 30 points of a gap in between the players, 27 on the table. So, you can't ask the referee to put that back, because he wouldn't do so, because that's against the rules. So, he has to try, and that's why it's difficult for the players to try and do it. That's why it's so important for you to have that edge and not have 1 but 2 snookers. Robertson win. Robertson, not quite. He still needs to try and do one more snooker on Kyren Wilson, but that might be impossible right now because Kyren Wilson has probably gone and done it, taking this yellow, and well, once again, it is 2 snookers needed. Robertson will still try and fight back for this one. Wilson win. It is certainly looking like it now. And still 2 snookers though. 32 points ahead, 25 at the table. Robertson, well, you've got no doubt about it, will still try and come back and battle till the end. Wilson still's no to win it. Well, for now, he's technically over the line, but not so much as well. 32 points clear, 25 at the table. It depends on what you want to say, whether he's over the line or not. But he should be able to take this green onto the top part of the table here. But surely it's going to be too difficult for him to try and land 2 snookers when it comes to having 5 colours at the table. Despite them being spread out quite nicely, you're not going to have pink and black right next to each other, which creates a buffer zone. Long pot success 64% and nearly the end of the frame and the match there. And I'm just looking forward to the emotions there for the players. And as I say, you better make sure you take it into the semi-final and you put on a show there because, wow, what a story this has been for the quarter-final. And very close to what we've seen in John Higgins against Zhao, but this one surely has to take the cake. And Robertson still fighting back, which I'm pretty sure everyone agrees that he should. Even Wilson fans are going to be way too happy about their player being so close to winning this one. And, well, it's always a heartbreak and it's always more painful when you're so close to the finish line and you make such a great comeback and yet you're still unable to make the last piece of the jigsaw. Thailand's up Thailand. Fair enough. Can't argue with that one. Yeah, it just feels like Robertson had that opportunity on the previous couple of shots, and the previous shot of Wilson lining up a snooker on him after making that break of 60 points or so was really important because, remember, Robertson managed to land one of those snookers on Wilson, and yet that wasn't enough there. Frame time for it decided to be approaching 35 minutes. And as I say, with the way that this final frame has gone, we could still be here into tomorrow here in London, and it still wouldn't have the name of the winner to be known to the world. Another great shot there from a safety point of view from Neil Robertson. So unlucky, so slow this meant. Robertson let me down 20 quid. Well, 20 quid, well, yeah, nearly said something that I shouldn't say. Now then, Wilson is looking very closely to this green. He's going to go over the pocket and just how close to it, and probably forces Neil Robertson to try and take the green out of position, which, of course, at this stage, it's not going to matter for him. He needs 2 snookers no matter what. He's at 7 points behind, so he has to try and take the green out of the game. And still, it's going to be a massive win for Wilson in that case, because it leaves 2 snookers to be made on 4 colours. And Robertson nearly snookered himself there, getting 3 points on the board. So 29 points behind there, 22 remaining. So same old story, but making it with a bit of a more of a difficulty right now. Having the cue ball in behind the blue, but also having only 4 colours to make your way through. Of course, one of them has to be the target ball. So you're making the cue ball to try and go in behind either blue, pink or black. And with such big table there, it's going to be a very difficult mission indeed there. And it might be the last shot that he's played, because despite it being a considerable amount of distance for the brown to cover until the green pocket, I would expect Wilson to settle his nerves and finally make it. The break and the shot that will take him over the edge in this quarterfinal and make it into the last 4 once again. And not quite. So just focusing on the cue ball position as well, and trying to play the shot with minimal power to ensure that the brown is going to stay as close to the pocket as possible. So, you know, it can be quite frustrating there for you to finish matches like that off, but I think it's certainly been worth it for what we've seen in the previous 10.5 frames. And Robertson fixed it like Higgins. Well, poor snooker knowledge, because Higgins was able to win against Zhao. So it says that you can't really fix a match win for yourself. It doesn't really work like that. Wilson is able to go for another long shot on the brown. And he makes this one stick, and surely there's no way back. And you can see the relief on his face. That will mean the world to Kyren Wilson. And it's just a matter of time. Robertson doesn't go back to his seat because he knows that it is going to be all over. And the one congratulations there from Neil Robertson. And you can see just the amount of sportsmanship you must have for you to congratulate your opponent after a 5-hour battle like this. It is going to be Kyren Wilson's night, and it's his party today. He mustn't party too long though, because he's got Wu Yize in the semi-final, and it is indeed the world number 2 and the world number 1 in the semi-finals for the first time this season. And it's Kyren Wilson and Watchalong still trying to challenge for their maiden ranking event title of the season. And we're going to have the likes of John Higgins and Wu Yize to try and battle it out against that. And incredibly, when you talk about John Higgins, Kyren Wilson and Watchalong, one of them hasn't actually won, well, not one of them has actually not won a ranking event this season, but Wu Yize has. So incredibly, it's the young man from China that has got a ranking event to defend this season. Otherwise, he's going to be one of the big guys, of the top seeds, of the world number 1, of the world number 2, or the world number 5, to try and have the first ranking event of the season. But it is going to be Kyren Wilson against Wu Yize or John Higgins against Watchalong. Two brilliant matchups there, as Neil Robertson is congratulated by the crowd and applauded as he walks away from this arena. He certainly gave it all he had, and he had a brilliant comeback that he put on the show for the fans here. But in the end, only one man could beat him, and he was Kyren Wilson to progress to the semi-final stage. And what a match this has been. It's had a bit of everything. And hopefully the semi-finals will be able to live up to the expectations. Thank you very much for sticking with us. And it has been a bit of a slow burner, but it certainly delivered in the end. Kyren Wilson 6, Neil Robertson 5. And it's the Warrior that marches on to the last 4. Who do you think will win on Sunday? Got no clue. But I've got my money on Wilson now. Mentally, this is going to be a massive thing. That Higgins has had a really good run against Zhao, but I feel like Higgins has got way more experience for that to get to his head there. I think he'll mean an absolute world to Wilson, especially for him struggling to come to form for the late part of this season. I think he's going to be his semi-final to lose. Really looking forward to it. It's going to be Wu Yize in form against Kyren Wilson. Very much relieved that he's manages to come away with a win over the world number 3. And he's going to be the world number 1. Watchalong, the ace in the pack, against someone that has managed to already produce one of the comebacks of the tournament there at the Masters. Being 5-3 down, he was actually the player that was able to make the comeback till the end. Something that Neil Robertson wasn't quite able to do. And we'll finish that on that. Watchalong, John Higgins, Wu Yize, Kyren Wilson, 4 players, 1 winner on Sunday. So speak to you soon and take care. Thanks for watching.